Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected.
Fixerbot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode.
so little to do that I started the dusty stuff on the desk. Then you have real little to do while you're waiting for stream to start, right? So maybe I shouldn't have 5 minutes then. But sometimes it's quite good. Because usually that's always when my kids they realize, oh, I wanted help with this something, right? They'll always come anyway, right? So we did this one, but I was tired when I did it, and I kind of said that I want to go through it again, right? That's where we ended, and we have a lot of tabs from this. Actually, I was looking at videos on like creating burp extensions. Get a bit curious there. So this is obviously old, right? This is a lab. This one. Should I redo it? Let's make sure that yeah, we didn't make any notes on it, so we kind of have to, right? I was so tired. Should I do this? Yeah, I want to know what ends. And then I read the hints and the solution. Let's see, is it still up? No, good. Good. So we don't see anything by mistake. And it was like what I did. I don't remember. So 2 days ago, 2 years ago. But we have notes on lots of other stuff. So this is the third lab in the API testing section. And these were the previous 2 labs. I kind of made just little notes on them. 3. Oh, this is the 4th one. Yeah. So let's just go through them quickly. In this one, when we got information.
Good day.
Hi, good day, Panda. Hope you're having a great day. Great day.
Win Rothsch.
Translated from Slovenian.
Thank you. Yeah, I love his emotes. When the Rothsch emotes are cool. Yeah. Jag ska sätta upp skylten. Du hörde. Hej skribent, behöver du hjälp med något? Okej. Jag hjälper dig att ta matbänken. Right back. Vad är det för någonting? Ja, det är från blomman jag la där. Det är blomman. Det ser ut som ett blad, inte ett black. Den ser grön ut för mig. Nej, det är nog också ett blad från blomman. Jag tar med mig den upp så. Jag torkade jag bänken lite där, gubben. Så. Okej. Fast den var ganska mörkt ändå.
Yeah, but it's dark. That's what I said.
Ja.
There's no more ice cream for chocolate. There's dark chocolate. There's white chocolate. But what about light chocolate and black chocolate? I think white chocolate qualifies more for light chocolate. It's just yellow.
Okej. Ja, vit choklad är ju inte riktigt vit, så är det ju såklart. Håller med. Men du tar yoghurt nu eller? Jag tänkte jag skulle gå upp igen.
Why do people call the normal chocolate milk chocolate? White chocolate or milk chocolate? Milk chocolate.
För att det är mjölk i chokladen, inte för att den ser ut som mjölk.
Right?
Det är för att det är mjölk i chokladen, inte för att den ser ut som mjölk.
White chocolate is like the exact color of milk, just yellow.
Yes.
And actual white ice cream
Mhm.
chocolate thing
Mhm.
would actually be milk chocolate. And it just needs more less chocolate
Okej.
to be actual milk.
Jag undrar egentligen hur mycket choklad det är i vit choklad. Det kanske inte är någon choklad i.
How much
Det får vi ta
chocolate
Kan du googla sen? Hur mycket choklad finns det i vit choklad?
How much chocolate is
Jag
chocolate?
vet inte, vi har tagit bort lappen så det syns inte längre.
So it's not chocolate sauce anymore. It's just sauce. Brown sauce.
Det finns ingen skylt på där det står chokladsås. Det stämmer.
So it's not chocolate sauce anymore.
Det är sås.
Yeah.
Okej.
And
Puss,
you're
puss.
saying this is
Jag torkade av åt dig. Vilken läckerben. Yes. Jag började precis streama, Laban. Det är jättesämsta tajmingen. Vad är det?
that's the name
Okej. Är det nästan slut? Okej.
So you didn't know.
Nytt flingpaket.
Det blir bara ett effekt.
Men för att de två är nyast. Så jag har tidsordning på dem. Har du en klämma då? Till den nya? Du vill stänga den där. Nej, men jag gör det här. Så sätter jag på en klämma och så är det bra. Okej? Men jag...
No, you got that one.
Okej.
You never let me say anything.
Men det är för att jag hade bråttom tillbaka, Laban. Jag pratade med dig innan och så sa jag att nu börjar jag streama.
I said no, not when you're fast.
Mm.
It's both.
Okej. Skrikgubben.
This there from this direction. Well, like a why would it be?
Kanske.
It's more like an 18.
Jag tror det är mer som en handdukshög av ett E.
It's more like an off from this direction than from this direction. I think it's, I don't know.
F kanske, för det är lite det upp där också.
I think it's more like a Y direction. There's a bunch of space.
Okej.
There's no space there. There's no space on the counter.
Men du får flytta dig igen, Laban. Du kan det där själv. Men Laban, jag börjar streama nu och så gick jag iväg och då sa du ingenting. Och sen kom du precis när den hade startat. Det var inte 1 minut. Och så ville du prata igen. Och det går jättebra. Men jag har bråttom tillbaka då. Så jag kan hjälpa dig lite kort och sen går jag och jobbar. Jag förstår det, men jag har inte tid med det just nu. Just den här sekunden så är det sämsta tiden för mig. Eller hur? Men vi pratade lite, vi pratade om choklad och saker. Och så kom du på flingorna när jag var på väg upp igen. Nej, du sa inte om flingorna vad jag hörde. Jag hörde bara att det ligger något på bänken, sa du. Så trodde jag du var klar. Okej, då missade jag det. Jag behöver i alla fall gå upp nu, gubben, okej? Jag vill bara prata med någon. Det är som jag satt och pratade i telefon. Förstår du, Laban? Jag vill att du ska förstå. Inte bli ledsen med mig. Jag satt och pratade med någon. Så kom du in mitt i det. När jag pratade med någon. Och den personen inte väntade på mig. Så gick det. Okej. Vad sa du? Jag går upp och så fortsätter jag prata med dig och prata med dig. Sen när jag är klar, då kan vi prata. Eller så kan du komma och knacka på om en stund igen och kanske prata här. Jag tycker det är ja, det var dålig timing. Pussgubben. Worst timing. I lost him before. What did I say? I said during the countdown, there's always something right. That's when the kids come. And now he came just when it's finished instead. So I picked one of these. They're actually going old already. But this is like my favorite. Oh, I got a spider too. Hello, little spider. I don't think you like it in here. Can you see it? So, how do we get this one outside? I think, unfortunately, it'll be there for a bit. As long as my hubby don't see it, we're okay, right? So, Panda, I'm sorry. My kid needed me, I guess, more than I wanted to give him, which was not the best timing. But I think he needs to learn to think ahead, because I asked him just before, and then I said I can't talk more right now, and I tried to explain with it like it's like I was in a phone call and I just started talking, and also that I asked him before if there was anything more I could help with before, and he said no. Well, right. So we were looking at this. He can do those things himself, really. So let's see here. So I was in a meeting and I just got home. Like it's probably an hour now. So I've had time to speak with the kids and eat something, and you know. But that's why I didn't stream the normal time. And it was about him, the meeting. Let's see. So when we sent the email update, right? Then we got expecting an identifier. API user. Yeah, when we removed Wiener from there. And then we could just add someone else, and we got to set their email. Or rather, we deleted them, because we did delete later. First, we could set their email, and then we just deleted the user, which was a task here. Delete Carlos. Poor Carlos. I'll keep saying that, right? Every time we delete him. And this one, we're supposed to buy a jacket, which is not free. It costs elite 1337, I guess. So when we use options on the only API one we found API price. So we tried options to see, we got get and patch. Oh, patch, interesting. So we used it, and we need JSON. So we used content type converter that we learned about earlier, and that is as an extension to Burp to add this segment, really. So it just changes the type, and Burp kind of adds this by itself, right? And this was the only text. And then we had this information. We knew what the JSON kind of was for price, I think. No, it said price parameter missing, so we added price. But I think when we, yeah, so what's not in here, what I maybe I should have added, when we ask for the price, we get the price. I should have that here. I do think we restarted burp though, but let's see if this is working still, or if it's died. Sometimes the VM dies. Ah, it's just slow, it's like waking up. Yeah, so it's definitely awake, because we have movement here. This is on the Proxmox server in the other room. Yeah, it's just slow, so it works. So we can type stuff. Yeah, slow but working. And now I have flowers all over. Yes, we use this like link finder, which couldn't find the link, and it's for finding APIs in JavaScript files. So we gave it the path to the JavaScript, and like 5 lines or something before the product line, we have an API, which it didn't find. It was called API something, but it was put together by a string like with pluses in Python, so in JavaScript, of course. Oh, so this is why I didn't get anything up. There's several burps. So we had 2 intruder attacks, that's why. So I didn't want to wait, so I just did reset token to see if that one was in there. Right, now I remember more about the one we're doing. For me, I couldn't do this one myself without the hints. And I didn't think it was very logical, all the steps. But maybe I was just tired. We want to not keep it, that's why we're closing it. But I guess it's nice that it asks, right? But if you press the X, you kind of want to close stuff. So, but you might close this instead of this. That I could have done there. Here we found email and username as only 200s among the list we tested. Right, and we got this list because it was assuming Burp Pro, and then we got the list from their GitHub. Not this. Here. Server-side variable names is what they wanted us to load, which we can't do in Burp community. You have to have the Pro version. So we just got their list. But they don't have the reset token in here then. See how long it is. So we just copied this and pasted it. And found user and email. Username and email. I'm sure email is quite early too. Here's the server. It's waking up here, I guess. So why do I have so many tabs here? Yeah. I was looking for API word lists. API stuff. We didn't find anything very good, so we made one, right? Let's close that one at least. Yeah, I was listening to that one. I missed one of the Siphon Twitch streams. So here's the background knowledge. And I'm not going to reread everything. I'm just going to check if I remember the server-side parameter pollution. Sound system contain kernel APIs. Right, so we access another API through one API. So we access an internal API, internal system here, by through a website. And we want to change stuff in how we send things, like add special characters. That's what they're doing here. So they are coding this as 23% 23 and add some text. So if this is just removed, it won't be a correct username. So we will get an error if that happens. So this is what will be sent on the back end. So this is the name equals all of this. Oh. And then we have the same thing with and to be able to add stuff, injecting invalid parameters and then valid. So here we're just adding a random thing to see if we get some errors. And in this case, we actually got errors, which that's what I didn't get, right? So it said field not something. And they was, oh, field is a field. I'm like, okay, how did you get that from that message? Oh, you built it. I'm like, testing field as a field. It's not totally logical to me. That's where I kind of lost a bit of the logic. But maybe that's something we should know and should add to the notes. That field equals could be a thing. And if I'm talking and you don't understand, tell me so I can explain, right? Always. Always, always. Here we have the link finder that we had in the command prompt. Let's go up to the actual. Right, these are just test headers. Let's do this instead because it looks like arrow down and I'm confused. So if we need more of these, but I don't think we do. Unless I should delete them instead. So this is what I have written as so far. We might add stuff now. Add as a request is sent to a web server using an internal API. We might be able to change the API call web server that uses an internal API. That's better because that was not clear. A request is maybe we send a request. I didn't like this one, but I was like good enough, you know, for now. We send a request when we send a request to a web browser that uses an internal API. We might be able to change the API call by messing with how the parameters are written. We can encode characters like number and equals. This is the base case that we're going to change stuff to. So truncating a query, if we have several parameters, stuff after what we can change, we can use well, I say number character, but in this case, it's actually part of a page character, I guess, right? So the rest of it is something else. We're telling the browser it's something else. Plus a string. We add the string to give an error if it's just cleaning out encoded characters, right? And then we have that the request we sent in our browser, and this is sent on to the internal API. Should I do internal instead of int? It's not a lot of letters. It's 4 places, so I think it's worth it for better clear than have a 4 letters shorter text. And then we try to add with and instead, add a new parameter. So we send %26 and just general name, anything equals anything, and see if we get an error. Will we get an error? Yeah, I wasn't good with this because I was like, maybe they say something more about this. Will we get an error? Let's just test more, right? So this won't really say anything except that if it will say, I don't know parameter foo, we know that this worked, right? And we can try other stuff. If it doesn't say anything and just use the name, then we don't really know what happened. If it thinks Peter Foo is the name, I don't know what it'll do then. If it has name equals Peter Foo equals XYZ. Maybe we'll test that sometime. Send to internal API get, and then we have the and character instead. So we added, it had name and it had public profile, but we didn't have this one. And here with this character added here, the public profile true becomes, I guess it depends on how the internal system interprets this, of course. But anyway, injecting valid parameters that can be found, for example, with paraminer, which we did not have any success with at all. But we tried Orphos with intruder or other two. The thing is just that if you fuss and don't see the full requests, the response rather, you might get, just make sure to see the response. Yeah. It's like a header, but it's not anyway, so I'll just leave it. And then we have, so here we have an actual working one. I guess do something. Overriding existing parameters. So here we do the same name again. We use our and characters. We have name equals Peter, name equals Carlos, right? So I was kind of thinking when I got to the task that this is what we were supposed to do. And I was very happy to see that it was more complicated. Because the one before, the example 3 here, it took like 2 seconds, that one. And that's not fun because it was, yeah, you know, too easy. Wasn't anything to do. And one thing to learn a lot from, right? So even if I did learn stuff from reading it before, we could just easily guess what their solution was. So I'm actually going to drink half one of these today, I think. As I just got inside from, I actually walked from the station. It's at least more than a kilometer. I don't know if it's 2, if it's 3, 2.5 maybe. In the sunlight, so I'm a bit getting tired. I feel like. Yeah, and also these double parameters here, they were interpreted differently. So PHP takes the last one. Is this correct? Did I write it wrong? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Parse is a last parameter only. I'm thinking that's when we have a able to change stuff. Let's remove that because I kinda didn't think. So the thing is, should we add some notes here? It's just a lab here. Then we have rest. Now let's do the lab again. Oh, I need to log in. But I don't need to log in for this. Okay. And I see the waving hand all the time, Panda. You're still waving to me. It's on my screen over there. All the time. Waving.
Dick.
Translated from Dutch.
Waving. Sorry. Hope I stop this. So usually I start streaming. I aim at 13, right? After making lunch for the kids, fine. Is the plan. Work in the morning, make kids food, and then stream. That's the plan. But no, I didn't do any of that. I just had meetings. So I'm just making sure everything is on still. So the TTS works. I heard it.
Setting up an Intel Ultra 9 285K, 24 cores, 64 GB RAM, RTX 5080.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Who's gonna use that? You? Give me that. I can take that one if you don't need it, you know. Just send it over here. It's totally okay. You don't have to have it over there.
Going to one of my civil engineer firms.
Yeah. Too bad. Yeah, I still have my 1080. But I haven't had any problems with LLMs or anything. It's good so far. And I don't play a lot of games, but those I haven't had any problems with either, the ones I tested, so. Sorry. Like, wake up. It's just going
This
inside
thing was
from
$3.7
being
thousand.
out. Oh, that's quite a lot. But I think that when I bought a quite tiny laptop, it was not much more, less than that in like 2000 maybe at work. So yeah, I mean, this is actually worth more to me. I mean, a tiny laptop, why should it be so expensive? It wasn't that good, that one. Tiny take long ago, I guess.
Right.
So, so I logged in. Wouldn't it send me to the page I actually clicked? No, we want to middle click that. So, and it's solved, but we want to do it again. If nothing else, to practice, because this was new to me, you know. At least it feels like I will learn from doing it again. And I didn't make notes, so several reasons. So let's copy this one here, and this VM has been running, so it's still on since that time. And let's close that. The intruder. Continue attack in the background. Is it still going? From 2 days ago? That would have been a bit funny, but it wasn't that long the list, you know. This was the list. We checked, it was like 400. Now it's 2,500. Yeah, but even free burp isn't that slow. So it probably shut down, and when it doesn't get any response, it didn't continue in the list or something. So let's actually move the notes to the screen. And here we just need one page and the new URL. So it's very easy to just, let's continue. But I felt that this one I kind of need to do more. Yeah, so let's actually clear out burp's history. It's been running this whole time. Probably the browser doing lots of stuff in the background. No, it's not a crazy long history. It can be like this. Doesn't matter. I've even got some lines deleted already. My nose itches. So, still allergy times. So let's hop around a bit in this one. We have home. We have my account. We can test to log in with the account that we got before. Okay, let's click here. Let's see if we can use a card like we did with the previous ones. I'm like redoing what I tested last time, right? And we can't do it now. We can't put stuff in the basket. We can't check out. The only thing on the whole page we can do is to try to log in. But look, there's a forgot password here, right? Right. So, what should we try there? Invalid username. Okay. Let's try admin. Invalid username. Admin is Raider. Oh, so at user normal user.net is supposed to look at their mail. Okay. So there seemed to be the administrator user exists. So we're not supposed to like SQLi or anything. That's annoying. But I think it actually might send something when you do that. So let's see what we got. We can see
Looking
the
for
new
a
one
few.
here.
Need to go grab some lunch.
Oh, lunchtime. Have a great lunch, then. Get something good. It's like work. So let's see here. This is the first request. I'm like, how long did I scroll on the time at all? So what can we see here? We have resources, just the header for the lab. We click the My Account. We ended up there at location login. And this lab header keeps popping up. Here's the post login. When I try to log in with the old username. Username, Wiener, password, Peter. And that's just a title on the page. So just a sec, my phone said it can't charge. It'll stop working after saying it. So now it's plugged, unplugged back in. We explored this a bit last time. You know, product ID. Could we add stuff here? Could we add I don't remember. I don't think that was the place to do it though. My account login. So here I just went to the page. I clicked then the forgot password. And we have a form there, right? Please enter your username. Input on the button. Just that. Why did I click render? It's so slow. I don't want to wait. So it's just a form there. Form. And then we got JavaScript here. So this one, let's actually send this one to Repeater just to get it up a little bigger. I just want to see it clearer, the code, than this tiny one. And that's just the header again. Then we got forgot password. We sent one username, Wiener doesn't exist. We got admin, doesn't exist. And then we tried administrator. And we got the correct reply here. So this is the forgot password one. So let's actually send this one to Repeater. And even though this is a post, and it's not like the examples we had, where we had more like, oh my god, where is the ID one? Here, product ID. It's not like we see it in here. Yeah, I should probably have something in there. In my notes, right? Because this observe these examples show get examples. But this is as applicable to forms. Okay, so we have a little. Maybe I should parentheses it. Maybe I should put it in red instead. So saying observe and saying hiding it in the parentheses, that's like quite opposite. So which one? That's the one I have selected, and then we just clicked we're back to the login page. And I tried the admin, but I couldn't get it to actually send without entering a password. Yeah, that's why we don't have anything more. We just have the empty page. No parameters. This could of course mean that we also have, we're thinking not just the ones where we can see here, right? So when looking at requests in the burp history, so most people don't do this maybe, but this is the way I like to do it. In burp HTTP history, just don't just look at the obvious ones. This is an error I made. The obvious ones with URLs like product product ID equals 1. Obvious get ones, but also adds. So if we look here, how do we easiest explain this? So posts. A post is just a post, right? So if we look at the post, we can't see any of the params here, but we have a check on params, right? So, but it's also a post. So why would it be a post if it didn't have params? But also post ones with params feels it as they will probably usually have params. Params check. But let's just do this as the full name. Now these examples show get examples, but this is applicable to forms 2. Forms 2. No, that's bad. I kind of meant post. Right, to post. When looking, why say so in text? When looking at requests in burp HTTP history, for example, don't just local. Went to local there. Just don't look at the obvious get ones with URLs like, but also post ones, as they usually have params there, right? And this one has the 3 line in between, so let's keep that there too. Or should I do this instead? No, I think it's too squished. It's better, nicer with some space. These go a bit big here though, with this long text. Oh yeah, that's okay. So that is my lesson. That's why I didn't find it. So what do we know so far? We know that we have a username administrator. But is there any other way to find this out than testing? Right. We didn't look at the code yet. So now I'm kind of thinking this is today, this is today, this is last time. Oh, and here's the solution, right? So if we scroll this, we get the actual solution. That's what I did last time. And this is a very tricky one. Let's see if we can get there. But this is at least confirmation that it's forgotten password that we're supposed to be in. And we need to just send this to look at the code. Let's say it's, yeah, it didn't time out yet because they die quite quickly. And here also we have the one to modify. But this one was just to get a prettier view of this. When I think about it, I think I might have it up in my... Might have closed it though. I think I opened a new one. We can read it here. So let's check out the JavaScript code for forgot password. And we might know better what to send here. So contents document ready state loading. Forgot code ready, PD ready. URL and code form data. Validate inputs and create MSG. So I'm not going to read it all out, right? Method post headers. Invalid username. Has own, if it doesn't have a result property, invalid username. And else. Forgot password error. That's a funny thing to use for. Forgot password error. So we should have something where it selects automatically. And other errors. And then unexpected errors. And Right, forgot password ready. So I could just do that instead. And we get everything selected. So this is what's run here. And the rest is functions. Callback. Add event listener. Loaded callback. Should make some web pages. It was so long since I used JavaScript. Like 2000 ish. It's not like it hasn't evolved quite a lot. URL encode, form data, function encode, URL. So let's follow the logic instead, right? So window location search, URL params, query string, reset token, URL params get reset token. So already here we know that there should be a param existing that is called reset token, right? And here is like another confirmation of that. So if reset token window, location href, else, const, forgot the password written. Add event listener, click display message. Display message. Validate inputs and create message. Validate inputs and create message. Try. Forgot password error. And this one I want to put here so we can see where else it is, right? So we have it in several places. This is the one that the data is gotten from. So it tries document get element by ID. Forgot password error. Okay. My brain can do that itself. So is that so it's just getting the actual thing in the code on the page so it can set the text of the error message here. And here it sets the value of it to other things and nothing. It sets to nothing here. And if it's a valid username, it sets there. And if it's not, it sets the email JSON response result there. Okay. And I'm sorry if it slowed us because I really want to know what happens, because just not thinking doesn't help that, right? So document get now it's a form, forgotten password form, and why make names for them? I don't know. I don't know why. So we have the input username here. Username item 0 is set to username input too. And then if we have a username input and username input dot check validity, which is what? Is this something built in? Username input report validity return. And then we have form data, new form data for this one. So it connects to the place in there. I'm waiting for it to read it. So I guess that's what it does here. It's just not the same name. But this should be part of the form. So that's what we get, right? So let's hop back to the browser and click the forgot password. And I think we only have the username. And what it returns, right? This is only the username. So name username here. Username get element by ID is now called username input. And then later these are set. Forgot password form class name. Style display known. So it just hides it. It just hides it when we get a valid account. Okay. So let's select this one instead. We'll search for it. So first we get the value that we entered in there. And if it's some kind of check validity, I don't know, but it's return. It's returning if it has a valid report validity. Let's just check here. Class login form. Script forgot password JS. That's what we're looking at. I don't know exactly. Oh, now I see. So what it is doing, it's there's an exclamation mark here that I didn't see because I didn't think it was logical. Now it's logical. If it's not a valid username, then we return, right? So we just do something if it's a valid username. That's logical. Now I get it. So, and this is not used anymore. So this check validity doesn't have any response or anything, but we have the username variable. But it's not sent anywhere, is it? Is this username done used anymore? I guess it should have the E there for. So form data, forgot password form. So that must be the name of the form. And we have connected it to the physical thing here. So we're filling it in here with text. And this, I've already done this, I know. Here. I'm just checking what this was. So form data we'll use the data we had in there and put it in form data. And this is used for sending it, I'm assuming. Yeah, we're sending it. So now this is when we're posting this. So it is getting config, and it's just saying content type. That is form data. And then sending that data, URL encoded. URL encode form data. Yeah, that's, I never seen this, but it's very logical and nice. I like it. Fetch, window location path name, config, then response JSON, then JSON response, if JSON response has some property result. So this is where we get the response to know if this username that we sent through sending the full form. That's why we didn't send username, though that was the only data in the form. So why send it all when you can just send one thing, right? I guess it's not human programmed, maybe. So if the response we get, just one step back here. So form data is filled in with the forgotten password form. We config here is set as a post and the time. The body is the data. And then we send it here to window location path name. So we send it to itself with this information, I'm assuming. And that's when we have gotten the response. It must be that what means then, dot then. And then we get the response into our response JSON into our response variable. And JSON response is no, that might not be a variable at all. Just let's see. Then it does this at least. If not has a result property, then it's an invalid username. Otherwise, it had a result property. And then we check, just output this. And the backend would have sent the password over here when it received this. So what we send in the form is that data. And this is what the sending of that looks like, the post that it makes. It posts to itself its own name, which is what we found up here. Fetch window location path name. It's the same page. So we post to the same page. And then it's set content type to this. And obviously it adds a lot of other stuff. And then it sends config here to this place. But config, yeah, there's config. So I'm just looking, yeah, here. That's where the form data is. So body form data, yeah. And that is why we have this. So let's actually send something odd that needs to be URL encoded just to test that we're right. This is a test. And let's submit that. Invalid username, of course, but what can we see in our burp history here in the post? So now it has URL encoded this. It has %22 and %23 instead for what I sent here. And the exclamation mark it could do, so it didn't encode that. It just encodes what it needs to. Nice, nice. It's always nice to understand it totally what happens. There's one thing that's not all clear for me yet. So let's go back here. So fetch. How does this work? And exactly how the then works. Otherwise, I think I have everything. I still don't know why we would guess administrator. So where is lab? I'm gonna look at the start of the solution, but I think it's said administrator there, and I don't know if there was a reason for them to doing that. Yeah, it just said for the administrator user. There's no logic reason to do that, except for testing. And I want to find a way to do stuff without just testing randomly, right? If possible. And we have found the parameter here to be, my god, that's annoying. Let's actually exit this to keep popping up. So now we only have two things to tab between. So I spent over an hour already. Some of it was with my kid, right? So when we're done with this, I'm going to go check with him if there's anything he needs. So he definitely got annoyed with me not saying that after I asked him if he needed anything. He said no. After a few minutes, he went and wanted my focus totally, which is very okay, but maybe not exactly when I asked him 2 seconds ago. Yeah, so we started here at forgot PVD ready. So I'm going to send this into ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask 2 things. That was such a copy paste fail. Control A, Control C. There. Questions. 1. What is the functionality of equals arrow in JS? 2. How does the fetch dot then work with 1? There. That's my 2 questions. Arrow function, shorthand for writing functions. Oh, so it's just a shorthand function. Okay. That is run at once, I'm assuming. So this is a No, it's not clear for me still. Let's see. Equivalent to function x. Yeah, x equals. So the problem is that I don't think response is mentioned again. So it is not only JSON response. So response.json, when it is run here, I'm assuming, and generating a
Fixerbot
JSON
says.
response.
New follower Zodiac Key LL3.
Welcome
Less than
in.
3.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm assuming it must be like this. And then we look at this again. Didn't have their own this, which is useful in many callback functions. Fetch then is promise chain. Fetch sends a request and returns a promise that resolves to a response object. The first then processes raw response, usually converting it to JSON, and that's what I thought, that it generates a JSON, right? Then the second then uses the parse JSON to update the UI, like showing the message. Then each then waits for the previous promise to resolve before running. Yeah, so it doesn't run this one before the JSON has been generated. Yeah. Now I want to lab with it too. But I don't think that's what we will do now. We will hack this thing, right? And what we know from this is by random tests, we have admin. We have forgot password reset token. So we don't have a clear next step anyway. But we know that we can mess with this. And that's kind of the thing here, to mess with stuff. So I happen to have a solution from 2 days ago where I did this here. So I think that, yeah, this is what we need to send. And when I was labbing with it, the reason I checked that information first time was, oh, administrator is an actual user. I'll continue there. And then I think the next thing is we got this invalid field, and I didn't know what to do with this. Because invalid field for me doesn't mean that there's a field called field, right? A field not specified. Parameter is not supported. We tested a lot with like just putting passwords here. Very nice password even. So that's the start one. This is what I sent. This is the first test I sent. We have parameter not supported. And when I change the name of username, we got username, missing parameter username. So we know username, we already knew, but it's required. And when we add random stuff, we get that. When we just do username administrator, we get the response that a reset password has been sent to this email. And when we make another username, we get invalid username. So also we can see here that the result, that the if in the code is checking for result here has own property result. And when we look here, we can see that result only exists in the success. The fail has an error instead, and the code doesn't have results. So that's why they're checking on that. And the next thing I got as an error here, let's see, parameter not supported. Then I got field not supported. Let's see, what did I do? This is testing %26 password. And then I tried QWERTY equals. So we needed an actual equals for it to say. And field not specified. And then we got invalid field. Field. Yeah, that's when I added field only there. And when I add instead field equals email, field equals password fails, field equals email works because email is a field. Email equals 1 to 3. It says parameter not supported because email is not a parameter, but it kinda is because to get this value, we did intruder here with this here. I'm not redoing this as it's already done. And the only ones that got result, we deleted it at the start of stream here, so it's in there if you want to check back. It said username and email, I think. And we happen to know about another one, right? That we have in the code, which is called reset token. And then randomly, quite randomly, field equals email works. Reset token. And when we send field equals reset token, which for me is not mega logical, right? Then we suddenly got this. So this is not supposed to be sent back. This is the reset token that they're mailing someone. But we got it. So this is the problem of this. This is like the bug. So what can we learn about how to do this from this and make notes? And it's still answering. So let's just send this request again. See, I think it probably timed out now. I have enough on the door. I'll be right back. Yes, love. Ska jag komma nu? Jag tänkte komma till dig snart. Vänta lite. I'll just leave on mic here. I'm going to help my kid with some food. I'll be right back. Vänta. So sorry. I just microwaved some pancakes. Let's see. Oh, sorry about the volume. Sorry. So, good mood. That's good. Sounds before. So, yeah. So username administrator. That's what we have, and we also have the code saying reset token is another one. So let's try this reset token that we found, right? Why can't I select stuff now? This VM is so slow sometimes. So it's not like it's mega busy. Yeah, it just needed, I think it goes into some kind of sleep mode. Maybe not on the server side, but on this client thing. Because you can't see any bumps over there. Yeah, I was going to copy just reset token, right? So let's copy this and change this one to include this. And let's check for the characters in here. Yeah, it's just and in the shape of URL
Teddy
encoding.
Ozote says I'm back.
Hi, welcome in. So we're revisiting the one from last time. And we're going to add here actually %26. Though we can just do and we can Control U it. It becomes %26. And then we paste the one that we know should work and say it equals 1, 2, 3, just to have something there. And let's try sending this and see what it says. Yeah, I was just testing if it at all responded, and it seemed like it did, right? The stream failed or closed incorrectly. So let's resend this one again. So it might have slowed down, not working anymore. So these keep sending ping pongs. 57. So it's kind of stopped ping ponging. Maybe it just isn't time yet. So it is 58 now. Should have more ping pongs here. I think it stopped. I don't think we'll get any responses. We'll have to start a new one, which is a bit annoying, but this shop, if we try and go to the site now, it's dead, right? So we have to start a new. Oopsie. Click all 3 mouse buttons at the same time.
C0 Ski says, do you use a VMware VPS for hacking studies?
So this is a Proxmox VM, the Kali one we use now, but I also had a local VMware one. But it's much nicer when I stream not to have both OBS running and all of the other thingies for streaming here, like TTS for YouTube, and here I have the TTS for Twitch, StreamerBot, and everything on the same computer. So I can have lots of tabs open in my Firefox again without stream crashing. So we have a new one to check out. And now we have read all the code. It will be the same for the new site. Yeah. So if you're interested in looking at the code for this and how I found out what we know now, you can just check on back in the stream, because we did this before. So the forgot password one, that's the one that's interesting. And administrator is the one actual username. So we already know, we've done the research for the rest of this. So we already have stuff here. So let's grab this newest request from HTTP history. So I got password. So we're just going to send this one to repeater. The only reason we're doing this again is because it died on us, right? So it's not up forever if we don't send things. So we can see that we got a nice reply. So let's go to the one we're trying to send this, but it timed out. So copy. I'm gonna paste this to the end here instead and send. And now it's at parameter not supported.
Got it a bit, lol. Still improving my English, not great yet, since I'm a native Portuguese speaker.
Okay, so if you want to, I can slow down. Okay, no problem. We get the same message. Invalid username, because we now have %2 in there. And then we have the right one. So let's say %26 again. And test equals 1, 2, 3. And send this. It says parameter not supported. So I have done this once before. I don't remember exactly how I got there, so I'm just going to go back in the history. We did this 2 days ago. So I had a lot of parameter not supported here too. But how did I get the field? Invalid field. Oh, I put a 23 at the end. Right. So this is from the notes. We have this in our notes that if we want it not to, we want to cut it off, not to do the end of the query that will come after here, right? We want to cut the last bit off. We put the code for the number character, which is 23, in what we send. So we're going through the web server to an internal API server here. This is what we want to have find the data, in this case about the reset password number, right? So we want to reset the administrator's password. And what I need here is a %23. So we still have parameter not supported. So what if we try the one that we know is in there? And I don't remember the name. So let's copy this whole thing again. Because I'm not lazy, I'm efficient, right? It's not lazy, it's efficient. So let's paste that there. So username equal administrator, it's what we had. Then we have the AND character here in URL encoding. Then we have the variable we found from our code. No, that's on this page. So reset token is an existing one here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, why did I have that? Because I wanted to see what happened. So we still get error. field not specified. So I'm curious now. Yes, so if we only do to research, we put the number character after cutting off the rest, then we get field not specified. And then we can do an AND character. We URL encode it, which is 26 what we had there. And then, which I don't think is logical, they actually did field there, right? And then we went fussing with intruder and actually found a few, but the one that we already have works here. So if we do user, field equals user, yeah, it says username. We get the username. And if we do email, we get the email. So if we do reset token, we get the reset token. And this is the other direction, I think. Yeah, so here we got reset token equals result. And this one, this is actually first the type that was lost. It doesn't matter, it's just JSON. So now we actually have a value for the reset token. So what we do then is we just the field bit, that's what I don't think is logical, but maybe that's something we can just test, right? So reset token equals this reset token, and we send that. No, let's see, did I spell it right? Was it dash? I should see it right here. Reset token. Reset token. And there, and there, and I don't know if I URL encoded this one. No, I didn't. So it did look different, right? So to make sure I don't have to do anything different, I'm going to copy the whole thing from there and just redo, right? So last step we did this. And let's just paste this other one after and confirm. It says, oopsie, username. It's exactly the same, right? We also got one there. So again, sending it, and it looks like we got the same data. And looking at this one and looking at this exact format. This is annoying. Am I going in the first one now? Yeah. This is where we got the token. Field equals reset token. And then we get the token. And here I must have sent it. Oh, I sent it with a get. That's why. Not with a post. So let's explore this. So let's say we don't have a username in this case. Because there's different ifs, right? We don't have to hide it with the URL encoded one there. And we don't have to block the end because now we have a legitimate one. Let's see if we can post it too. If we need to get missing parameter username. So username needs to be there. So undo username removal. Yeah, let's just redo. And I'm going to right click, change request method, and this bit, we didn't remove that one. So let's put it back to a post and delete this bit too. I'm curious, where are the limits? Missing parameter. Yeah, so let's go forget then. And now we have the exact query format, I think. I forgot we have this there, right? I didn't remove that. So let's undo quite a bit. I think that's all. We have this CSRF, we have username, we have reset token, and this time we're going to remove username equals only. So we have the reset token, and I need that one removed too, because it's not part of the token. I just missed it when I copied the string. So let's try now. It says missing parameter username, then we add back username. Username equals administrator, and I'm sending this, and then we get the right one, but it's not reading the last one. So if we do come from view on this one and send it, and this says parameter not supported. So we need to get send it then. So let's convert it to
676 godzillion, 450 brojillion,
Hi, welcome back, Panda. How was the lunch? How was lunch? Hope you had something nuts. There. Invalid token. So maybe it expired or something. But that is a correct answer, right, to the question we sent.
Lunch was good. Went to the grocery store to pick up some lunch meat and smash some sandwiches.
Smash some sandwiches. Sounds like you take a lot of bread and just and put meat on there and eat it. Or smash them into your mouth, maybe.
I show that bread who's boss.
Okay, sure. Let's go back to the request where we actually got the correct token. So we're sending field equals reset token here, and we're grabbing a new one of these. So now you can see it's a new one, right? So we got a new one now. I don't know if it expired, if something we sent reset it, but we convert this to a get, and we change all of this. Actually remove everything until reset token, and then we remove the %23 because we want the normal question now, and then we paste the new token and we send this, and we have a form to fill out a new password. So we just send this to the browser, to responsive browser here, copy the URL, and I should go to the right machine, and we just paste this here. and securely generate password. It knows what we're doing. We're generating a password, but we don't need a secure. We do password, password, and we submit this. And if you look now at my account and we do administrator password, if I can spell password, we're logged in as administrator. We have an admin panel, and here we can delete Carlos. So I don't want to do that before I actually remember all the steps, because I want to make this, put this in the notes now. So here we have it. Let's make some steps for what did we do to get this. So looking at the web page, we really just have, this is more complex, so I'm typing more, okay? We just have the login page with a reset password. When we try resetting the password for the user administrator, compared, let's we get info that email was sent. This does nothing for other users. Names. So we have the request there. Let's hop over to Burp. And I've made tables before for, I can show that again. We just right click and we insert a table there. And then we can just paste information. And I think this is the easiest way to show the progress of sending stuff. So I think this was here. We also in Burp HTTP history, we also see we see the post, but also a JS file. Let's grab the name of that. I kind of want to paste the full file name, full file here, because it was very interesting reading and I learned stuff. But I think it's a bit big in this kind of long information learning document. So where else are we there? We're on web exploration. Should I make a folder for it? That's the question. We can make API testing files. I'm not happy about this, but I kind of want this. I'm just copying the text. So we already read this earlier in stream, so if you're interested, you can go and check it out. And we did a ChatGPT on it. About the only things I didn't know exactly. These were functions, shorthand for what my functions are. And then the fetch then, which did exactly what I thought. Now let's skip that. We don't need to add that to the notes. So let's hop back to the previous one, and let's just say in this file, we have this line. This is mostly the important bit of it. Well, that failed. So we need a full one. Because the character I was using is in here. So so to look at the code here again. Yeah, so if it's reset token, I'm thinking, should I get more of it? The code. So I don't know why they don't do this dot. I mean, making variables and then using them in the next line. So instead of query string, they could have put window location search. I think that's more logical and easy to read. And then have had just, even though this is new, URL search params. Maybe you can't do it when it's new on the same line, but I kind of think you might. But we use this more than once, do we? Yeah, so it needs to be set. But this into here. So it doesn't matter at all. Sorry for even saying it. It's just confusing. So we're done with this tab, so I'm going to remove it. Will I regret this? Is there anything else here that I got useful, except for reading how the whole thing works, you know? Let's just close it. And then we started using one, and then we had to continue using another one. So this is the first one with this data. So I'm just putting it like this. And then on the other side, we just put the JSON we got. Let's make a new line there so it's more readable. And so I kind of broke all of the results we had there by trying to resend. So let's get to the start of this one. So this one could be useful. We don't need the post every time, do we? And then we have here post to well. Let's put a colon. We can't put it on the same line there. This is a special thing with Obsidian tables that is just text really. So it's all just text. So it doesn't understand if I delete this line and we go back to line preview. Oh gosh. So it doesn't know it's a table. But if you add the new line, it knows it's a table again. So it's just text. That's why it's also, I can't do anything about the first line being bold, and I can't change where the position is there. But we'll see if it fixes its format itself. So this is like the same again. Yeah, so I'm waiting until I find the one I think was useful, and I know it's administrator. Yeah, and here we're already testing this. We're on the last one now, yeah. I'm trying to send this. That's not what I want. Let's see where we can find the field. Error message. Invalid field. There it is. No, I want the basic one. Field not specified. That's probably it. This is the one I want. Because it does a 23 there, which means it interrupts. That's a number character. So it just interrupts the rest of it. So we can add a new table line. And then we get that. Field not specified. This is so annoying. I think I will do this. And this line is not the same on the top one because it was, yeah, let's make it easier to read. Right, and then we do plus. So the step here, field, is that's the only hint we have that there might be a field called field. Invalid field user. Yeah, right. So I'll do all of the tests I did. And these I didn't do before, so they were new. And response with a username. And let's copy the next one. There. And it responds with email. There. and then the actual data we want. I do all these steps, so it's more obvious that we could add text too, of course, that the token, right? Now I know that this token expired before we used it, so let's wait for the actual working token here. So there. Now let's make these also 2 lines. So as we did with the first one. We got it to send us the reset token. I could not use this with a post, but had to send a GET request, as in the JS code. And let's just send the whole one here. That's really the only thing. I'll make a table again to keep the format the same. Looking in the menu for table for ages. No, this is actually not useful. Let's just paste it here and make it like that. So it's this request gives us a form to fill in a new password. So we send it to the browser. So I'm kind of thinking, how much extra info should I have here? Like, should I have the right click, show response in browser? We show response in browser. That should be show response in the browser. So I just did like that instead. So it's obvious that there's something special, right? And this we still have in our little browse history, right? No, we don't. Yeah, there. I'll just do a quick screenshot of this. And then we go forward to the login. So then we log in as admin is trader with a new password, and let's make this tiny so we can make a tiny screenshot. Doesn't have to be giant, right? I just want the menu in the same, these things at the same place. So I haven't had this many details on the other ones. So this update email form we've used before in the previous ones. Actually, should I skip the image? Go to admin panel and delete the user Carlos. Poor Carlos. Again, you know, uppercase C at least. So I've already done this one. We can delete him anyway. So yeah, Burp didn't want to play. So I should have gone forward instead, but we already did it. So just click the delete Carlos. We would have seen if I went forward only. But I wasn't going to take a screenshot, so I think that if I go open this again, it will be expired too, right? So just to make sure. We could just log in again, but I don't think the page might be up. It's tabbing in my machine now when I'm trying here. So I don't think this site is up anymore. It's just died. So that's why we can't do it without having to restart the whole lab. It's dead, the site now. Doesn't work anymore. So we would have to restart the lab, but it's already solved. So it was just deleting Carlos left. Then we have the news section. So I've spent 2.5 hours reading, but it was worth it because this was new things for me, and I want to make sure I remember them for the next time. I didn't add a lot to the notes, but what I added was a nice insight for me. Let's go up here. This bit. Observe. These examples show get requests, but it is applicable to post. When looking at requests in Burp HP history, don't just look for obvious get ones, like, but also post ones. Maybe we should have this. No, let's have this example. Only the post ones, as they usually have parents. And this is a header there, so. But I can't imagine a post without any parents. But maybe there is. Yeah, there's only those two. But why? So we had some screenshots here before about the paraminer, what it can do. But otherwise, I don't think I have any screenshots in this so far. So we have a little bit left of the API testing, so I'm going to continue reading. Also, you can't see all of the text. Maybe I should do that. So, after the lab here, testing for server-side parameter pollution in REST paths. A RESTful API might place parameter names and values in the URL path rather than the query string. For example, consider the following path: API users 1 to 3. The URL path might be... I hear a kid screaming. I'm sorry, I had to... I don't know if you can hear. It's like, maybe it's I don't want to go home from whatever. I don't know. Sounds like that kind of age. I think you can hear it. So, no more to do with that. I didn't see them at all, so. We have a tiny little front side, and there's bushes. So if they're not just in the hole of the bushes, I can see. Ah. So, hi. Welcome.
Raining
Welcome back.
says, hi. Translated from Tagalog. Nice subject.
Yeah. So we just did a lab here with the base one, and now we're doing the rest instead. And it actually ended up being post. But I've been repeating it today. I did it 2 days ago. So now we're getting to the new stuff. So the path like API users 1, 2, 3. The URL path might be broken down as follows. API, the root API endpoint, users represents the resource. In this case, users. 1, 2, 3 represents a parameter. Here an identifier for a specific user. Consider an application that enables you to edit user profiles based on their username. Requests are sent to the following endpoint. Edit profile PHP name equals Peter. This result is the following server-side request. Get API private users Peter. An attacker may be able to manipulate server-side URL path parameters to exploit the API. To test for this vulnerability, add path traversal sequences to modify parameters and observe the application, how the application responds. Interesting. You can submit URL encoded Peter slash dot slash admin as a value to the name parameter. Okay. So there, name equals, and we just path traversal the thing. This may result in the following server-side request. If the server-side client or backend API normalizes path, it may be resolved to API private users admin. And then we have a new one. So let's first make some notes. This is not a lot, so be quick to make notes on it. Maybe I should just maybe examples still up. So I guess this is just a subsection really, and this is a 3-level header. And for these I've used 5, so now we can use 4 here. I think that's better than making a full new header. Would have gotten even more ones there. Server-side parameter pollution in REST paths. And we have the example structure here. So let's grab those and just delete that bit. And how many examples did we have? Just like 2, right? Might copy this bit. as parameters in REST APIs are different. We'll have to use other ways to modify them. So this is an example path. So they called it internal before. That's what I have here, internal. Oh, look, I found one that was just int. I changed them all to internal, I thought. But obviously I missed one. I was like, it's not that many letters, right? Let's just skip that. Yeah, but it's example. Where? No, just a sentence. Where API is a root API endpoint. Users represent the resource, and the rest is blah blah. And 1, 2, 3 represent the parameter. There. Shorter. Example. Where? So. And I already have the text for this. Our request, server side. Which means the internal API. Now let's add REST here now. I think it was only one, but let's change both in case we think of an example. Others may be able to manipulate them. We might manipulate these with path traversal. We might manipulate these with traversal, like right, and then we have the example, and it's just one. And I'm very curious if this is a too simple example or if it's a good learning one, because I hope for a good one. And we need to make example 5 here. Just after deleting was again. So I should have clicked it. 5. Example 5. And also, did the 4 one have a name? Yeah. So now we're but it might exploiting server-side parameter pollution. Yeah, I should use those. So I should get those names, what they call the other labs too. So I think this is the last one. There might be another one. No. Yeah. So let's just do it. more information. That's good. So now it says expert on this one. Poor Carlos. So someone lab log in as administrator and delete Carlos. Poor Carlos. Required knowledge. To solve this lab, you'll need to know how to identify whether user input is included in a server-side URL path or query string. How to use path traversal sequences to attempt to change the server-side request. How to discover API documentation. So we're getting some hints here. So we had before in this documentation. It's probably early. Like gather information. So they wanted us to check for information by taking bits off. Where is that? Here's reading the JS that we did from the last one, by the way. Yeah, fuzzing stuff. Check for documentation. Read it. Request docs from the API. Run there for server side. And manually check. Yeah, I was in the right place there. Yeah, here it is. Where to find the embodied investigated base. So cut bits off. Maybe I should change the sentence because it wasn't obvious. But here's the long one, and then we just cut one bit off at a time to see what we get. If we get some more information. That was a suggestion there too. But these were specific ones that are common. And that was not what I meant. I think I Windows button tabbed instead of Alt tab. So let's test this lab. So now we have new things here. It was a bit funny. Look at the products of the shop.
Sab says, which application do you use for Find Your Text? I mean, what is this application?
The notes. Do you mean the notes? This thing? This is Obsidian. I have my notes here in Obsidian. They're also available on fixit42.com/notes. But it's not updated with the API testing stuff. So I'll have to do that later. So let's look at the web page first. We have this little
Sab
shop
says,
here
yeah.
again. Yeah, so Obsidian is great. Actually, I could send a link. So it is, you can run it locally for free. They have like sync option and things, and I just git sync it instead. So not a long link to send there, but it's free. It's free for businesses now too. So you just download it for whatever OS. I even tried it on Android, but as I use git sync, it would be a bit complicated. And then I have my notes then on so I just use a plugin and I can have it available wherever I am to all the notes what I have. But I need to update it. And this search is nice too. I can search for let's say Pepin's, right? And we have This is better than inside Obsidian because its search is a bit messier. You don't see this nice tree structure, so it's actually better to search here. Let's continue with the lab. Actually, I want to show you one thing more on Obsidian because I have notes in Obsidian on Obsidian. So let's go to those quickly and show you a little bit what it can do because I have a little Obsidian here. So you can do all of these formats, headers, you do like that. You can just, and it's all text. It's all text. You just put a little arrow character there or greater line. This is just text like this. With JS, you can get syntax highlighting. You can embed even iframes. So there's my web page. You can embed even iframes. And we happen to have in this one my stream.
Sab says,
So we
eyes
have to
pink heart
pause
shape.
it. And there's tooltips. You can even do these kind of things. Lots of things. And it's all just text and links. And it was a bit funny that the stream started in Obsidian because it was an iframe there. That didn't happen before. Autoplay the stream. So, let's hop back. Now we hop to the lab. So we don't have, we can't buy stuff, there's no basket, we only have the home. We have my account. We can try logging in with the account we had before. Invalid username, so add administrator.
Sab says, can you share your note with me?
Yeah, I'll send that link too for the notes. So maybe I should have that in the stream information. There, I'll send it on Twitch too. So that is my notes. They're not totally updated though. I think the latest thing I was adding the install Kali on AWS and hack the box stuff. That's probably the newest. So I have to update it again. It just takes like an hour and I can't use the notes to export. So that's why it's not updated every day. I should do it like when I go to bed or something. But I have to copy the files later too into the server. So administrator password, just to test something, see if it's different, if it's possibly right. So the reason we know that from the last one that the account was administrator is actually that it mentioned it. We were to log in as administrator. That's in the lab instruction, right? This is a lab instruction. So we have the username from the lab, or two actually, right? We have two usernames from the lab. So let's actually hop down to this, and the task is, and this was the same
Sab says,
task for
thanks.
the last
Praying gesture
one.
emoji.
Yeah, no problem at all. So this 3, where's 4 here? Login as the administrator is just the same. Yeah. Login as administrator and delete card. So we already had administrator. We didn't have it actually test and try for accounts. We know that there's such account. So here when we don't save this password, it says that's a problem. So we go here, we test with, yeah, let's do their old account. And this doesn't exist. So we go again, my account, forgot password, and now we do administrator. If I spelled it right, and we submit this, and now we get please check your email. So we know that this one is valid account. So it's very similar there to the other one, and there doesn't seem to be anything else on this page. It's just these products, and there's no shop. We can't do anything here, so it's time to go check Burp out. We go to the proxy HTTP history, and we scroll down to the new stuff. So here we can see our forgot password, and we got the provided username Wiener does not exist, and we see the backslash with the characters here to be able to send this text. And the request. And then we have the correct one, which is really much more boring, right? So maybe we want to even save this error message because it's quite nice, right? It gives us some information about about what's on the other side. So let's make notes. Is there anything before this that's interesting about this 003 whatever one? Lab header is just a lab header that keeps going ping pong here. Logo Academy. Here we have when we looked at the product. There was nothing interesting there, right? Here we have the login attempt. And the lab header. I should like hide all Academy lab headers because they're just the same all the time. This is the second time this stream I had to remove this because it can't charge and put it back. I should have a button on there if it's... I think the battery is dying totally. I use it because it doesn't have a battery that works well, but now it's like can't even charge. So I forgot password before first time we went there. We got this JS file. So let's actually do this. We want to grab this code, right? We want to check it and see what's on the other side, or rather what's on this side. What's in the browser that we can't see. And I made a folder for them. I scrolled so much in my notes now, I'm like totally lost. So we can go reveal file in navigation there. So here it is, and I created here a API testing files, and this one we should rename. It's a new note, and this one is example. My God, 5. And forgot password.js. And this is not a JS file now, but this is Obsidian. So we could save a normal file, but we wouldn't be able to read it in Obsidian. We would have to open code too. It's not like it's not already running. But anyway. Yeah, also when I went away, I should have started news in this one. So this reads news. We could stop it and make it read today's news, or the last 2 days. So we'll check this out. I'll just rename this one example 4. So there. And then we have A should be at the top. My God, I scroll at the same time as I click. So the side, yeah, example 5. So let's check the code first. We have functions. This one, turning off power save mode, the phone system. Forgot PVD ready. And I learned just now that this is like inline functions is the best words I can find for it. So it makes a function and it runs the clones. That's how I read it. Why do it like this? But I don't know. The query string is window location search. URL params is the query string, and reset token from the window location search URL params, well, is the reset token. So if this exists, then window location href, it goes instead to password reset token reset token. So it looks very similar to the other one. So if we go
VR
open this one
Mechatronic
too.
says, hey, how is going?
Hi, it's going good. So last one we had forgot password question mark reset token, and now we have forgot password question mark password reset token, and this bit is the same. So maybe there's something else we can see in this that's actually different. And if it's not, if it doesn't have a reset token when we go to the page, which that's the first time, it just shows this. It adds a eventless and display message. So when we click the button that's entered the administrator, then it should run display message, which is e.prevent default. Validate input and create message. So that should be here. It goes like upside down. So this one equals a function, I guess, which is this. It's such an odd way to declare a function. Also, we have the let forgot PVD ready equals callback. Yeah. Add event lister DOM content loaded. Yeah, I saw that was in the last one too. Let's go back to this one. So forgot password error. Get element by ID. So it gets this from. Should we open it up? We have had it open in here, right? So many tabs. We can do view source here. Just to look for this. We actually do something more than last time. That's not found in here. Did I not read correctly? Did I go to the wrong page? Yes, I did, because I'm not on the right page. That's why it doesn't exist. So we have to do it on this machine. Alright, I'll have to go to the same place in that one. Okay. Didn't actually go there here either. Well, I did, but then I went away from it. So if we view source here, we find, and we can see here that Here's the ID before the form. So if we get an error message, it will show before the form, and we have already seen this, right? But if we entered QWERTY something and submit, we get an error message, but it also doesn't show the form, which is the next thing it will do in the code. So this, what it does here, it's just getting the reference for setting this value, and it uses it later in several places. Forgot password error is where it says invalid username here, and please check your email here. So it actually doesn't only use it for errors, it's also where it outputs the information when we get it. When we do administrator, right? Should also work with Carlos. Now I have to try this with Carlos. So forgot password. Carlos, what will this say? Yeah. So this user also exists, and we can also get his reset his password and log in as him. Yeah, so these are just setting up shortcuts for these, really. So the form itself has a shortcut too, and we know why, because we'll be sending it to the server. Username is the username, if we have username in there. Yeah, that's the username. If this has a value, and if it's okay, if it's not an okay value, then we just return and don't do anything more of the code. So this is like an else after here. If the user name looked okay. I don't know exactly what check validity does. If anyone does, please tell me. But I'm guessing it's a built-in thing. Or we just check it now. So as I already had ChatGPT up with a question for this, let's reopen that tab. We do have the ones we did now first, right? That's the last one. Oh, I shouldn't have done this way. Whatever. I should have just gone to shut. Yeah, let's open the last one. Come on, we can do it. Yeah. Tell me about the functions. Check and report. About editing, please. Built-in, yeah. So for form elements in HTML5, this returns true if it's possible validation. Required pattern. Report validity does the same check and also displays the browser's default validation error message if it's valid. So you don't have to check the input yourself. Let's see if we can break it. I just have to, you know. We can't not try and break or make bad inputs. So I don't know what could possibly be wrong. I couldn't enter a backslash in there. Yeah, I can't manage. So it doesn't allow me to enter it there, but we probably could get it if we sent like a backslash or something in burp, right? I don't care that much. So, but it was built in. That's what I wanted to check. Right, we were in Obsidian. So, built-in. Form data, new form data from the password forgot form, which is in the code. the form where we enter the name. And I'm like, what line was I? Here. Here's the new. So it's just filling that information into a new form data. And it makes a config which includes method post, headers, form URL encode, and its body contains URL encoded the form data, meaning this is just a name. I don't know why it complicates stuff so much, but maybe it's like standard. Then we do the fetch, which sends the current page we're on and this information, right? And it's a post. So that's the one we're looking at in Burp. So if we go back here, we didn't actually open it, did we? It will have fallen asleep already, right? Died. Whatever. So forgot password. Let's grab this is a bad one. Send a repeater and forget password, the good one. Send a repeater. Let's see if we can resend these and actually get responses. Yeah, because then it's live. Yeah, it's still up. Still up. We'll have to do something sometimes so it doesn't die. So here we can see that here we get the error message. And here we get the correct one. The thing now is that instead of using what we did before, we're going to have to try and change the path. Before we changed, we added the URL encoded ands and number characters to add extra parameters and comment stuff. And now we're going to try path traversal as its rest. That's a difference. Oh, that's old. What's going here? Okay, so was there anything else we wanted to check of these? We already looked at the JavaScript, which it gets every time. A lot of times. We got an internal server error. Ha ha ha. Isn't that interesting though? When I sent the username that was only bad characters, we got an internal server error there. We had a slash in there, right? Let's send this one too. So if we URL decode what I did here, convert URL decode. I should Control Shift U. I know. This is what I sent. And it's probably the slashes then that kind of broke it, right? Maybe spaces too. Let's see if we can make this one work. Username. Let's remove some character here. Just remove the slashes first. Oh, I didn't encode it again. So if we send that, we still get internal server error. So what if we remove the 23s? No change. All the pluses. Still internal server error. So what have we got left? No, Control Shift U doesn't work. So it might be a keyboard issue. Control Shift U should work. So percents maybe. I'm just curious. I have to test. Annoying though that I can go one way but not the other. That's the last character. No, it also encoded this. So now, yeah, I mean that. So actually, even this character is not okay. A with a little roof thing. I don't know what I clicked to get this, but obviously this gives us its internal server error. Interesting. So let's just. I'm sorry for. I just think this is interesting. So if I go to the very start here, and if I only remove this character, I think it's there 3 times. We still have the others, yeah. So let's remove like. Oh right, I didn't encode it, right? Yeah, still it's just lower. Yeah, I don't have to do all of this. I'm just curious what other character was bad. I'm kind of thinking spaces too. And these, so many characters you can't do. Just anything, but you can do those in pause, right? Okay, so administrator there. Then we will have a working one. So what if we do administrator slash? We still have the same thing. So slash administrator slash. We have the same thing. Please refer to API documentation. So, dot slash invalid root. It keeps saying this, right? What if we do like API there? We would already be there. So where could we find the documentation? And what information did we have more? Did we have anything else in here? Yeah, right. We have that this is sent with a GET request. Which is, but this is also on request. Yeah, but this, it's with the equals, right? So I'm assuming that this will then be like username. Oops. Administrator. So if you do Carlos here instead, this way. Carlos. We get Carlos information. So this works. But then we have to go like back twice to get to the before the username. So let's just. They look like columns. My eyes might not be working very well. Invalid root, please refer to documentation. Let's see, how could we possibly get documentation on this? We had this thing, but I don't remember if it was for anything. Let's check it, because it was in this path. No, it's not path. Whatever what they call it on Web Security Academy, the one we do. Repeater. I can't even click there when this open. Oh, there was already a slash there. Load. So let's check what it's supposed to be able to do this one. And then we look here, right? And we looked at, no, installed is here, but there's not information about them. So open API parser. It said that it could do. So what about REST? We know this is REST, right? It might not have JSON or YAML. I just want to have something to test this on, because we installed it and then we didn't get to test it, right? So what if we want to check a REST API? CSRF. Whatever. Let's just check. So we're in there. Let's check those notes that I had from the start. It wasn't one of these REST-y stuffy thingy. Just API we tried. They said it was bad. We tried the path thing. I tried this once and it was not really useful as far as I could tell on what we were doing, at least. I'm sure it's very good because it has like the best rating on everything. It's at the top. And we're sorting on best. Best free, because there's also pro stuff. So let's actually Google instead. I don't wanna look at the notes if I don't have to, like the answer or anything. So REST API documentation get Swagger open I and I want to see the rest of the text there, please. No? Any suggestions? So I don't know where we'll usually find the documentation. This is a better for ChatGPT. Where can I usually find the REST Hey, REST, APIs, docs, and it's Googling. Docs. Provide a developer portal or GitHub repo. Look for developers, API docs, link in the product footer. The search, open Swagger, post one public API network for resources, API specs, open bundle. Yeah, maybe a Swagger or docs endpoint. Yeah, let's see. So let's go back to repeater and let's try here if we can do docs. And I hope that we didn't have so much delay that we have to. Yeah. And let me try Swagger. No. Though. I get this. Maybe there's a V1 there too. Right, we can change to get and try to change the method. We can try that too. Oh, we can just send this. Easier to render these if it's not mega slow. I don't know. The last one we waited forever. Yeah. So if we go back now to Carlos here, I'm cutting that and we're sending that. And we will. What? Yeah, so it can only take posts for this. And because if we return it back and send this, we get the response we want. So since it's not actually us, we're just sending it to the server in the page. The page does this, you know? And then the code continues. And the code that continues, I'm just gonna switch ears because we're getting no battery. Sorry for the noise. Should have muted. So let's close 4. You confirm data. Right. That function is actually in here too. So here is where it's sent. And if it has result, and if it has not got a result, it's a valid username. Otherwise, please check your mail, meaning they sent it and it was generated. Many types of form. And if there's errors, it defaults to invalid username. Which is what it did when I sent the odd one. I couldn't get the form to give me the not validate error, but we got this error. Because we got a server error, internal server error on that one. So that's where would I ended up here. I'm thinking. Maybe not. Because it wouldn't have had a result either. Yeah, it's probably here. This is more of the Java errors out. JavaScript. I don't think I can get anything more from this. Window location in traf. So I think I need to go and quickly grab something to eat. Just a quick bit. And then I'm thinking we might look at a little bit what they say the next line. Maybe I'll do that first. So that's the Solve lab. This is the lab we're doing. So what I don't know is what to do next, really. So we managed to get Carlos information here. But how would I... Yeah, of course, we could do like some intruder thingy. Checking for stuff. Maybe we could do that, and at the same time we could listen to some news while it's going. So at least I know that if we go back from Carlos 2 levels, did I keep it here? Yeah. And we send this. Oh gosh, what happened? What did I click? Let's just send this again, see if it was modified in some bad way. Yeah, Swagger does not exist. And then we remove this, and we get the correct one. So if we go back to Swagger, we send this one to Intruder. We go to Intruder, we select Swagger, and we add. And let's use the same list we used before. So, Burp, where are you? There. So let's copy that. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. And let's just paste it there. So we have all the different ones here. And if we go back 2 steps from Carlos, so this is stupid, going administrator back. We could just start back once, you know, instead of doing all of this. Now let's do a quick test in repeater. So what if I start with // users and remove this last bit. Will it still find Carlos now? Yes. So it is users before. So if we go back just once at the start when we do this, we don't need really all this text here. We just go back, and then we check for other stuff than user, and user should be in the list. Hopefully we have users here, and we would get a positive on that. And let's just add users. Add. So we know that we'll have one positive there because we know users exist. And then we just start this and see what happens. While I won't take a lot of time. So I don't know if it will be visible, but I'm thinking while it's running, if I'm not too slow here, I think I commented out the new stuff. And our settings is to check for articles that are 2 days old. And this is just a variable that's not in use for now, right? So let's see if it runs. We can listen to some news while I go get this. Because it's always nice to have the latest news.
Starting Llama.
So it's just starting Llama first. Because I'm not running it. If I was running it already, I would use it.
Successfully started Llama. Here are the latest articles from your RSS feeds.
Oh, I
Fetch
just
10
want to
articles from
check that
Creds on
it
security.
starts reading something before I go. Oh, it's all old. Nothing happened to last days? Oh yeah, and
Fetch
this is
50
why
articles from the Hacker News.
that's
Title,
why we
Popular
just
Chrome
want
extensions leak
to
API
skip
keys,
after
user data
3
via HTTP and hard-coded
old
credentials.
ones.
Published, June 5,
So,
2025.
it's reading stuff. Message not found. Key not found. When it starts reading, I'll go quickly make some food. And I'm just gonna get some veggies or something. Salad. And we can listen and I'll be back. And it should have done the scan. It's 83, you know, it's very slow this.
A recent report by Symantec has identified several popular Google Chrome extensions that have been found to transmit sensitive data in plaintext over HTTP and hardcode secrets, exposing users to significant security risks. The affected extensions include SEMrush Rank, PyRank, BrowseVPN, MSN NewTab, Dual Safe Password Manager and Digital Vault, Online Security and Privacy, Average Online Security, Speed Dial FVD, NewTab Page, 3D, Sync, SellerSprite, Amazon Research Tool, Equatio Math Made Digital, Awesome Screen Recorder and Screenshot, Scrolling Screenshot Tool and Screen Capture, Microsoft Editor Spelling and Grammar Checker, Antidote Connector, Watch Together, and Trust Wallet. These extensions transmit data such as browsing domains, machine IDs, operating system details, usage analytics, and uninstall information in plaintext, making them vulnerable to interception and modification by malicious actors on the same network. Additionally, some of these extensions embed API keys, secrets, and tokens directly in their JavaScript code, which can be exploited by attackers. Symantec recommends that users remove these extensions until their developers address the insecure HTTP calls and implement best practices around encryption. Developers are advised to switch to HTTPS whenever they send or receive data, store credentials securely in a backend server using a credentials management service, and regularly rotate secrets to minimize risk. The report highlights how even popular extensions with hundreds of thousands of installations can suffer from trivial misconfigurations and security blunders, leaving users' data at risk. The findings emphasize the importance of scrutinizing extensions for their protocols and data sharing practices to ensure users' information remains truly safe. Title: Researchers detail BitterAPT's evolving tactics as its geographic scope expands. Published, June 5, 2025. A new analysis by Proofpoint and THREA has identified Bitter, also known as APC08, APQ37, Hazy Tiger, Orange Yali, TAP17, and TA397, as a state-backed hacking group responsible for gathering intelligence aligned with the interests of the Indian government. The threat actors toolset shows consistent coding patterns across malware families, particularly in system information gathering and string obfuscation. Bitter has primarily targeted South Asian entities, with select intrusions also targeting China, Saudi Arabia, and South America. The group frequently singles out an exceedingly small subset of targets, mainly governments, diplomatic entities, and defense organizations, to enable intelligence collection on foreign policy or current affairs. Attack chains typically leverage spear phishing emails sent from compromised accounts associated with the governments of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Madagascar. Bitter's malware families include Archer Downloader, Keylogger, WSCSPL Backdoor, MUI Downloader, Almond Rat, ORPC Backdoor, Kiwi Stealer, and Kugel Blitz. The group has been observed engaging in hands-on keyboard activity to conduct enumeration activities on targeted hosts and drop additional payloads. The analysis suggests that Bitter likely operates on behalf of an Indian intelligence organization, with most infrastructure-related activity occurring during standard business hours in the Indian Standard Time Zone, IST. The threat actors' tactics and techniques are designed to evade detection, making it essential for organizations to remain vigilant and implement robust security measures to prevent successful attacks. Title: Redefining Cyber Value, Why Business Impact Should Lead the Security Conversation. Published, June 5, 2025. Security teams face growing demands with increased tools, data, and expectations. However, boards often ask what the business gets in return for their security budgets. Security leaders respond with reports on controls and vulnerability counts, but executives want to understand risk in terms of financial exposure, operational impact, and avoiding loss. The disconnect between technical findings and business value has become a challenge. The average cost of a breach has reached $4.88 million, according to IBM data, reflecting incident response, downtime, lost productivity, customer attrition, and restoration efforts. Security leaders need a model that connects exposures to cost, prioritization to return, and prevention to tangible value. A Business Value Assessment, BVA, offers this model, linking security work to outcomes that the business actually cares about. It measures 3 key areas. 1. Cost avoidance, what would a breach likely cost based on risks in the environment? 2. Cost reduction, how can security efforts help cut spending? 3. Efficiency gains, how much time and effort can be saved by giving the team better priorities and automating what doesn't need human touch. ABVA helps bridge the gap between technical findings and business value, connecting exposure data to financial impact using breach cost modeling grounded in real-world research. It reframes cybersecurity in terms of outcomes, offering a clear picture of how exposures lead to impact, what's at stake, and where security investments can deliver measurable value. The financial impact of a breach increases with every day of delay, with 70% of breaches leading to major operational disruption. ABVA identifies the exposures most likely to prolong an incident and estimates the cost of that delay. It also helps evaluate the return of preemptive controls and provides a cost of doing nothing model. ABVA makes hard conversations easier by providing security leaders with something solid to point to, justifying budgets, walking boards through risk, and answering questions from insurers. It gets everyone on the same page, shifting security's focus from no to helping the business move forward. With a BVA, leadership finally has a clear way to see progress, make smarter decisions, and deal with risk before it turns into something bigger. Title: Iran-linked bladed feline hits Iraqi and Kurdish targets with Whisper and Spiral malware. Published, June 5, 2025. A new set of cyber attacks has been attributed to a hacking group known as Bladed Feline, which is linked to Oil Rig, a notorious Iranian nation-state cyber actor. The attacks targeted Kurdish and Iraqi government officials in early 2024, highlighting the ongoing efforts of Iran-aligned hackers to gather strategic information from these organizations. Bladed Feline was first documented by ESET in May 2024 as part of its APT Activity Report Q4 2023-Q1 2024, detailing an attack on a governmental organization from the Kurdistan region of Iraq. The group has developed malware for maintaining access within organizations in Iraq and the KRG, using backdoors such as Whisper, Spiral, and Optimizer to exploit vulnerabilities. Bladed Feline's tactics suggest a commitment to refining its malware arsenal, with various tools used to maintain access to target networks. The group is suspected to have leveraged a vulnerability in an internet-facing application to break into Iraqi government networks. ESET notes that Iraq plays a significant role in the strategic objectives of the Iranian government, and Bladed Feline's focus on gathering diplomatic and financial information from Iraqi organizations indicates this. Additionally, governmental organizations in Azerbaijan have been another focus of the group. The use of various tunneling tools and backdoors has raised concerns about the potential for Iran-aligned threat actors to spy on and manipulate high-ranking officials in these organizations. The Kurdistan region's diplomatic relationship with Western nations and its oil reserves make it an enticing target for Iran-aligned threat actors. In Iraq, these threat actors are likely trying to counter the influence of Western governments following the U.S. invasion and occupation of the country. The attacks by Bladed Feline highlight the ongoing efforts of Iranian nation-state cyber actors to gather strategic information from organizations in the region. Title: DOJ seizes 145 domains tied to Bidden Cash carding marketplace in global takedown. Published, June 5, 2025. The U.S. Department of Justice has announced the seizure of cryptocurrency funds and over 145 domains associated with Bidden Cash, an illicit carding marketplace that facilitated the sale of stolen credit cards and personal information. The platform, launched in March 2022, is estimated to have supported over 117,000 customers and generated $17 million in revenue since its launch. It published millions of individual stolen credit cards for free between October 2022 and February 2023, containing sensitive data such as credit card numbers, expiration dates, and personal information. Bidden Cash specialized in the sale of compromised credentials that could be used to gain unauthorized access to computers, posing a significant risk to cybersecurity. The platform offered additional services, including SSH advertising and server scanning, which authorities warn could be used for malicious activities like data exfiltration and ransomware attacks. The crackdown on Bidden Cash is part of an international effort led by the U.S. Secret Service and the FBI, in partnership with Dutch law enforcement agencies and other organizations. The move follows recent law enforcement operations that confiscated domains offering counter-antivirus services to threat actors and arrested a Ukrainian national who was accused of illicitly mining cryptocurrency. The seized domains include BiddenCash.Asia, BiddenCash.BD, and BiddenCash.WS. Authorities did not disclose the value of the confiscated cryptocurrency funds or identify the operators of Bidden Cash, but the platform's activities are believed to have caused significant financial losses for victims. The investigation into Bidden Cash is ongoing, with the goal of disrupting illicit online marketplaces and protecting users from cybercrime. Title: Critical Cisco ISE Auth Bypass Flaw Impacts Cloud Deployments on AWS, Azure, and OC. Published, June 5, 2025. Cisco has released security patches for its Identity Services Engine, ISE, software due to a critical vulnerability tracked as CVET 2025-20286, with a CVSS score of 9.9 out of 10.0. The flaw allows unauthenticated attackers to access sensitive data and perform limited administrative operations on susceptible systems. The issue arises from improperly generated static credentials when deploying ISE on cloud platforms, causing different deployments to share the same credentials. The vulnerability stems from the fact that credentials are specific to each release and platform but not valid across them. This means that users with access to one deployment may be able to access another through unsecured ports. Successful exploitation could permit attackers to extract user credentials, access sensitive data, and execute administrative operations. Cisco has identified versions of ISE on AWS, Azure, and Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, OC, as affected, including releases 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4. The company recommends restricting traffic to authorized administrators or running the application reset config ISE command to reset user passwords to a new value. However, this command will reset ISE to its factory configuration. There is no evidence of malicious exploitation in the wild, but a proof of concept, POC, exploit exists. Kentaro Kowain of GMO Cybersecurity reported the flaw, and Cisco credits him with the discovery. Title: Google exposes phishing group UNC 6040 targeting Salesforce with fake data loader app. Published, June 4, 2025. A financially motivated threat cluster, dubbed UNC 6040 by Google's Threat Intelligence Group, GTIG, has been identified as specializing in voice phishing, vishing, campaigns aimed at breaching organizations' Salesforce instances. These attacks involve impersonating IT support personnel to trick employees into performing actions that grant access or share valuable information. The attackers use a modified version of Salesforce's data loader application, which is approved by the victim during the vishing attack, to exfiltrate data. The threats exhibit characteristics similar to those of an online cybercrime collective known as the Common Overlap with another financially motivated threat actor, Scattered Spider. Google notes that these tactics are becoming increasingly sophisticated, with attackers using automated phone systems to gather more information about potential targets. The company warns that effective social engineering campaigns rely on extensive reconnaissance, making it essential for employees to remain vigilant. Salesforce has warned its customers of similar threats, stating that the observed incidents relied on manipulating end users and did not involve exploiting any security vulnerability in their systems. The company provides guidance and tools to help defend against evolving threats, including multi-factor authentication and IP restrictions. As the threat landscape continues to evolve, organizations must prioritize cybersecurity awareness and best practices to protect themselves from these types of attacks. Google's GTIG is tracking the activity under UNC 6040, which highlights the need for continuous threat intelligence and monitoring. The company emphasizes that successful campaigns like UNC 6040 demonstrate the effectiveness of social engineering tactics in breaching organizational defenses. As a result, organizations must remain proactive in protecting their Salesforce environments from these types of threats. The overlap between UNC 6040 and other financially motivated threat actors underscores the diverse risks associated with phishing attacks. Google notes that these tactics are becoming increasingly sophisticated, making it essential for employees to be aware of the potential threats and take steps to protect themselves. Title: Chaos Rat malware targets Windows and Linux via fake network tool downloads. Published, June 4, 2025. A new variant of remote access Trojan, RAT, called Chaos Rat has been identified by threat hunters. Developed in Golang, the malware offers cross-platform support for Windows and Linux systems and provides an administrative panel where users can build payloads and control compromised machines. The Linux variants of the malware have been detected in the wild, often in connection with cryptocurrency mining campaigns. Acronis researchers discovered that Chaos Rat is distributed via phishing emails containing malicious links or attachments, which drop a script that modifies the task scheduler to fetch the malware periodically as a way of setting up persistence. A recent analysis revealed that users may be deceived into downloading the malware by masquerading it as a network troubleshooting utility for Linux environments. The admin panel's command injection vulnerability, KVA 2024-30850, and cross-site scripting flaw, KVA 2024-31839, could be combined to execute arbitrary code on the server with elevated privileges. The vulnerabilities were addressed by Chaos Rat's maintainer in May 2024. Chaos Rat's use in real-world attacks highlights how threat actors continue to weaponize open-source tools to their advantage, making it difficult to attribute such incidents. The malware has been used in campaigns targeting public-facing web applications and Trust Wallet users on desktop. The emergence of Chaos Rat demonstrates the evolving nature of cyber threats and the need for constant vigilance among developers and users. As the malware is now being distributed via deceptive download links, phishing emails, or bundled software, it's essential to be cautious when downloading files from unknown sources. Title: Your SaaS data isn't safe. Why traditional DLP solutions fail in the browser era. Published, June 4, 2025.
So it was not veggies. It didn't become veggies. It became a hamburger because it also made stuff okay. Yeah, so we got the response. I was ready to read the next one, but I paused it before it finished. So we can continue if you need another break later. So I have also got egg in there. Last time I had too much ketchup. So this time I took less if it was less enough. Not to become like everywhere. So how is it going really? Nothing. Oh gosh, this is so slow, right? It's not really usable. So we only have 404s. We should have got put the users at the top.
Traditional data leakage prevention, DLP, tools have struggled to keep pace with the evolving use of SaaS applications in modern businesses. Companies rely heavily on platforms like Google Workspace, Salesforce, Slack, and generative AI tools, which significantly alter how sensitive information is handled. As a result, traditional DLP systems fall short, leaving critical security gaps. Current DLP methods are ineffective due to the shift away from traditional file transfers across endpoints or networks. Instead, 70% of enterprise data leaks occur directly in browser, making endpoint-based solutions obsolete. Additionally, 53% of data leaks involve invisible actions like copying data into chat apps or text prompts, and over 50% of employees use SaaS applications unapproved by IT. The browser has become the new frontline for data protection, as sensitive data is actively manipulated within SaaS apps. To address these challenges, a browser-centric DLP approach is necessary. This involves continuously monitoring real-time user actions directly within the browser, identifying corporate versus personal activities, and automatically detecting and classifying sensitive data. A browser-centric DLP can effectively tackle modern security gaps by providing * continuous monitoring of real-time user actions, * clear identification of corporate and personal activities, * automatic detection and classification of sensitive data. By adopting a browser-centric approach, organizations can get ahead of tomorrow's SaaS security threats and protect their sensitive data effectively in today's SaaS-first world. Title: Malicious PyPI, NPM, and Ruby packages exposed in ongoing open-source supply chain attacks. Published, June 4, 2025.
Last time I made one of these, I only ate 2/3. So we'll see if I have food tomorrow too. This was very nice bread. It was good.
A recent surge in malicious packages has been discovered across various open-source ecosystems, including NPM, Python, and Ruby repositories. These packages have been found to drain funds from cryptocurrency wallets, erase entire code bases, exfiltrate Telegram API tokens, and steal sensitive data such as Solana private keys and Python script files. The malicious packages were published by threat actors using aliases such as Buinam and Capership, and have attracted significant attention from security researchers. The malicious packages target various ecosystems, including NPM, PyPI, and Ruby gems, and have been found to include typo-squatted package names, polished README files, and hidden payloads. One set of malicious packages was discovered on PyPI that stole cryptocurrency funds using obfuscated JavaScript code, while another set on NPM was found to delete entire project directories without warning or recovery options. Security researchers have identified several types of malicious activities performed by these packages, including stealing sensitive data such as Solana private keys and Python script files, exfiltrating Telegram API tokens and cryptocurrency funds, erasing entire code bases and deleting project directories, establishing persistent connections to command and control, C2, servers, harvesting and exfiltrating sensitive environment variables and configuration information. The malicious packages were discovered by security researchers at Checkmarx, Reversing Labs, Safety, and Socket, who attributed the attacks to threat actors using aliases such as Buinam and Capership. The attacks highlight the growing threat posed by supply chain threats in open source ecosystems and the need for developers to remain vigilant when working with third-party libraries and dependencies.
And
Title: Help issue security patch for Store Once bug allowing remote authentication bypass.
When we add
Published,
something that
June 4, 2025. June 04, 2025 The Hacker News
For a
vulnerability
force,
/DevOps.
though.
Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HOPE, has released security updates to address as many as 8
Invalid
vulnerabilities in its Store Once data backup and deduplication solution that could result in an authentication bypass and remote code execution. These vulnerabilities could be remotely exploited to allow remote code execution, disclosure of information, server-side request forgery, authentication bypass, arbitrary file deletion, and directory traversal information disclosure vulnerabilities, HOPE said in an advisory. This includes a fix for a critical security flaw tracked as CVET 2025-37093, which is rated 9.8 on the CVSS scoring system.
So what's
It has been
different
described as an
between
authentication
this
bypass bug
one
affecting all versions of the software prior to April 3, 11. The vulnerability, along with the rest, was reported to the
and
vendor
the
on October
last
31,
one?
2024. According to the Zero Day Initiative,
Oh god,
ZDI,
that's
which
money.
credited an anonymous researcher for discovering and reporting the shortcoming, said the problem is rooted in the implementation of the Machine account check
Oh.
method. The issue results from improper implementation of an authentication algorithm, ZDI said. An attacker can leverage this vulnerability to bypass authentication on the system. Successful
Oh.
exploitation of CVET 2025-37093 could permit a remote attacker to bypass authentication on affected installations. What makes the vulnerability more severe is that it could be chained with the remaining flaws to achieve code execution, information disclosure, and arbitrary file deletion in the context of root. CVET 2025-37089, remote code execution.
Here we have a
CVET 2025-37090,
400.
server-side request forgery.
So
CVET
what number is
2025-37091,
this?
remote code execution. CVET
29.
2025-37092, remote code execution.
Can
CVET
I see that somewhere?
2025-37093, authentication bypass. CVET 2025-37094, directory traversal arbitrary file deletion. CVET 2025-37095, directory traversal information disclosure. CVET 2025-37096, remote code execution. The disclosure comes as HOPE also shipped patches to address multiple critical severity flaws in HOPE Telco Service Orchestrator, CVET 2025-31651, CVSS score, 9.8, and OneView, CVET 2024-38475, CVET 2024-38476, CVSS scores, 9.8, to address previously disclosed weaknesses in Apache Tomcat and Apache HTTP server. While there are no reports of active exploitation, it's essential that users apply the latest updates for optimal protection. Found this article interesting? This article is a contributed piece from one of our valued partners. Follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn to read more exclusive content we post.
Oh,
Title,
look.
Fake DocuSign, Git code sites spread net support rat by a
So the
multi-stage PowerShell
400
attack.
is when I
Published,
forgot.
June 3, 2025.
I put dots after Carlos. And this is just an invalid route. It's not totally a bad request. It's just that you can't find this place. Good.
A new campaign has emerged that uses deceptive websites to trick users into executing malicious PowerShell scripts, resulting in the installation of the NetSupport rat malware. The Domain Tools Investigations team identified malicious multi-stage downloader PowerShell scripts hosted on fake websites masquerading as Git code and DocuSign. These sites employ social engineering tactics, including email and social media phishing attempts, to lure users into executing the initial PowerShell script. The script downloads additional payloads and executes them, eventually installing NetSupport rat on infected machines. The malicious scripts use a technique called clipboard poisoning to obfuscate the PowerShell command and execute it in the background. The script also downloads a persistent script from GitHub to ensure that the payload is launched automatically when the user logs in. The attackers have used similar techniques to propagate their campaign, including domains registered with SOCGlish, aka fake updates, patterns. The NetSupport rat malware has been linked to various threat groups, including FIN7, Scarlet Goldfinch, Storm 0408, and others. This campaign highlights the importance of being cautious when clicking on links or executing unknown scripts, as it can lead to serious security risks. The malicious website attempts use social engineering tactics such as CAPTCHA verifications, which dupe victims into running the malicious script. The attackers have made it difficult for security investigations by using multiple stages of scripts downloading and running yet more scripts. Title: Critical 10-year-old Roundcube webmail bug allows authenticated users run malicious code.
So it's not that
Published,
much left.
June 3, 2025. June 03, 2025 Ravi Lakshmanan email security /vulnerability.
We'll do something new.
Cybersecurity researchers have disclosed details of a critical security flaw in the Roundcube webmail software that has gone unnoticed for a decade and could be exploited to take over susceptible systems and execute arbitrary code. The vulnerability, tracked as CVET 2025-49113, carries a CVSS score of 9.9 out of 10.0. It has been described as a case of post-authenticated remote code execution via PHP object deserialization. Roundcube webmail before January 5, 10 and 1.6.x before January 6, 11 allows remote code execution by authenticated users because the _from parameter in a URL is not validated in program/action/settings/upload.php, leading to PHP object deserialization, reads the description of the flaw in the NIST's National Vulnerability Database, NVD. The shortcoming, which affects all versions of the software before and including January 6, 10, has been addressed in January 6, 11 and January 5, 10 LTS. Kirill Fursov, founder and CEO of Kazakh, has been credited with discovering and reporting the flaw. The Dubai-based cybersecurity company noted in a brief advisory that it intends to make public additional technical details in a proof of concept, POC, soon so as to give users sufficient time to apply the necessary patches. Video. Previously disclosed security vulnerabilities in Roundcube have been a lucrative target for nation-state threat actors like APT28 and Winter Vyvern. Last year, Positive Technologies revealed that unidentified hackers attempted to exploit a Roundcube flaw, VAT 2024-37383, as part of a phishing attack designed to steal user credentials. Then a couple of weeks ago, ESET noted that APT28 had leveraged cross-site scripting, XSS, vulnerabilities in various webmail servers such as Roundcube, Horde, MDaemon, and Zimbra to harvest confidential data from specific email accounts belonging to governmental entities and defense companies in Eastern Europe. Update. Positive Technologies, in a post published on X,
so this
said it was able
kind of
to
means
reproduce VAT 2025-49113, urging users to update to the latest version of Roundcube as soon as possible. This vulnerability allows authenticated users to execute arbitrary commands via PHP object deserialization, the Russian cybersecurity company
so
added.
we need
Found
something
this
that
article
actually
interesting? Follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn to read more exclusive content we post. Title, Scattered Spider, Understanding Help Desk Scams and How to Defend Your Organization. Published, June 3, 2025.
Right, it's the 5th today. I kind of thought it was the 6th for a bit. And I was like, why is it reading the 4? So it's a week until my youngest 15th birthday today. Just a little bit.
This article discusses the tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, used by a threat actor known as Scattered Spider, which has been using various methods to evade established security controls. The article focuses on one of these methods, help desk scams. Here are some key points from the article. 1. Help desk scams. Scattered Spider uses help desk scams to bypass multi-factor authentication, MFA, and gain access to targeted accounts. 2. Identity-based TTPs. The threat actor relies heavily on identity-based TTPs, which involve exploiting vulnerabilities in identities rather than relying solely on endpoint or network security controls. 3. Bypassing MFA. Scattered Spider uses various methods to bypass MFA, including SIM swapping, MFA fatigue, push bombing, and credential phishing via email and SMS. 4. Conscious evasion of established controls. The threat actor's approach is intentionally designed to evade established security controls, making it challenging for organizations to detect and respond to these attacks. 5. Account takeover. Once Scattered Spider gains access to a targeted account, they use various techniques to harvest and exfiltrate data from cloud and SaaS services, as well as target VMware environments for ransomware deployment. To defend against Scattered Spider's TTPs, the article recommends 1. Consider your broader identity attack surface. Organizations should evaluate their overall identity attack surface, including apps and accounts with MFA gaps, local accounts giving attackers a backdoor into accounts otherwise accessed with SSO. 2. Monitor for suspicious activity. Implement monitoring tools that can detect suspicious activity, such as AI-powered phishing detection and response capabilities. 3. Implement comprehensive security controls. Use comprehensive security controls, including identity-based solutions, to protect against various types of attacks. The article concludes by highlighting the importance of considering the broader threat landscape when defending against Scattered Spider's TTPs, rather than relying solely on help desk scams.
So, it's paused. Oh, I can't see. I paused the reading here. So we could do this meanwhile, though. Add this function that I just. So the very start. Let's go pull up again. So when I started reading, it skipped a lot of articles there. All the time from Crab's security was older. And I just don't want it to go 30 like this in the line. They're usually the newest first, all of these. So I'm thinking if we do 3 that are old, we can just skip to the next feed. They have a lot of news. I'll have to do more sorting too. So Let's learn something by checking the solution to this. So we don't want more than one line. In the Barb's browser, trigger password reset for the administrator with it. In proxy HTTP, notice the forgot password request and the related JavaScript, and we read all the JavaScript. Send to repeater. In the repeater tab, we send the request to confirm that the response is consistent. Send a variety of requests, modified username value, and we also saw that the Carlos user that we were supposed to delete. That's a goal. Delete Carlos. We can also go to his there. Username parameter. Determine whether the input is placed in the URL path of the server-side request without escaping. Submit URL encoded administrator. Okay. Invalid road suggests that the server may have placed the input in the path. So we already know that we can go back directories that we know. And that the fragment has truncated some trailing data. So invalid root, that's what we get all the time with our test. Change the value of the username parameter. Oh, yeah, so they put this there and got a valid root. Doesn't have to mean that thing, but let's do that. So first sending a normal invalid root, and if we so we get the same value. This suggests that the server may have, or that it actually reads it as a character. Observe that the message also refers to an API definition. Yes. Change the value of the username parameter to URL encoding. Question mark. Let's try that. Let's try both URL encoded and not, just to test. Same result for both. So they're just telling us that these things still apply. You can still test these, right? Notice that it also returns a valid root error message. Suggests that the input may be placed in the URL path as the question mark character indicates the start of the query string and therefore truncates the URL path. Okay, so if it was more so there might be more after the okay. Change the value of the username from administrator 3f to / administrator. Yeah, we already know this works. Suggests that the request may have access to the same URL path as already developer indicates that the input may be placed in the URL path. Change to, yeah, we have tested this. So if we have slash dot dot slash users slash administrator, we get back to the same place and we get the right result. Navigate to the API definition. This is what I was Googling and asking ChatGPT for suggestions. Change the value of username to 23. Invalid root. Incrementally further until you reach. Okay, let's try and go deeper. So maybe I tried to stop too early, trying to go back. I should have went further back. Okay, let's go further back. And they really want us to have the %23 there to end this, right? So this is invalid root. This is invalid root. So try a lot. Oh, and there we got something different. So let's continue. We're not gonna read when we have something to look at. I'm thinking, should I make notes? Because I'll have to look it up again and go through it in slow. So similar to the last one, we go to reset password for administrator. And similarly to the last one. Go to burp, and send it again. To confirm, yeah, whatever. We don't need this. It's not necessary. We're going to do hover right over to grabbing these. Yeah, we're already here. So how far back? Yeah, it's the same name. All of these. Insert table, paste. And let's grab this bit. And paste it here. And also so it is all list probably, right? Oh my nose. So I'm gonna delete this because we have it a million times. And that works. Yeah. I just tested if I need a shift enter, and I did, otherwise it hopped here.
Shihab says, is you on Linux?
That screen is Windows and that one is Linux. So that's a virtual machine. So now we're on Linux, on Kali here. So I used to have a local VM, but this one is on Proxmox now. Here. So let's see. Did we have any more stuff here? Yeah, we have us testing. Yeah, I played around with those characters first. Because we got the internal server error when I put funny characters in there. On the web page. On the web page, not in Burp. Then we tested administrator and we added little bots, an API, and I'm just going through it all so we can close some of these tabs. This did not work, so it's not useful. I tried sending a get and we don't get the responses we want, so it's useless. And let's do something else, or like QWERTY. And I'm doing just adding a little line there, and then we copy that to the notes too. Oh, and suddenly we got it's pretty. Alright, yeah, so this one needs to be a little updated because we need 2 backslashes here for those to show there. Now let's add a new line. So Carlos, going back to testing, then we have all the errors, so let's close that one. And that was just what it looks like when we test users that doesn't exist. We actually get this. This is their previous test user. So let's try, this is only one here. So close that too, and then we have this interesting thing. So I haven't actually really read it yet. I was just like, ooh, there's stuff there. Title not found, not found. The URL you requested was not found. And why does it suddenly give me that? That's what it looks like in raw. That's why it looks like this. I don't want extra lines. Interesting. So if I do enter now, no, it didn't add a line. Well, plus. So let's undo a little there. Undo. I know what the problem is. So this breaks. This breaks it. as this is HTML tags, it can't handle this. So we have to do that. And then we should be able to plus and plus. So there. So let's go one more level, right? Dot slash. And again. So we keep getting the same message however many we do. Okay, so which one was the first one where we got this? Back. So after this one, if we add dot slash, we get that. So 4 of them. So if we imagine that's something special, we could try Doc's Swagger, whatever else we tried, right? So Doc's. Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking we're already out of there, are we? Yeah. No. So this will give us invalid, and dot slash will give us that. So let's go back and get some help more, right? To change the value to increment, notice that this returns 4. That's what we have. This return not found response. Yeah, it's just in HTML this time. Navigated outside the API route. Okay. So maybe we should put this in the notes. Oh my, I'm tabbing in the machine now. So let's actually undo these 2 last lines, and this message means, but I've never seen it before, so I didn't know. That means we're now outside the the API route. So let's think again on what I Oh right, I tabbed, and it tabbed in here. That's why. By the way, this one, let's see, it's still going with its mega slow speed here. So probably nothing there. We should do it here instead. So if this means outside, then we need to go back inside. And I think this is where I tested. If we go forward again. Now go back. And go back. Yeah, that's where I tested them. No, this is 4. But that's 3. I tested them with 3 steps too. And what if we try API here? So, but it will only answer sometimes, so. But now we have the 23 there. That's new. So let's learn things. At this level, add some common API definition file names to the URL path. For example, submit the following. Oh yeah, we could have tried this because it's in my notes already. So it is up here with yeah, we have this one. We could have tried both here. So let's grab this text here. And let's do, oh gosh, I deleted the notes. That was, how to click here too. So that, and then we have the filing. And we got information. So let's, now we can render it because it's this kind of data. So copy. I should have Control-C. Let's make a table again. I don't know if we do more a little bit. Maybe. So, unexpected response from the server. Open API 3 info. Yeah, we need to. Maybe if I do this though. No, it can't. Oh well. What? Okay. Yeah, so we'll have to undo this. We need the full thing. JSON error. So all the rest is just an error here. The error string. Let's split it up on new ones though. Open API. Info. Title. No, that's a title, is it? Version. Sorry for boring formatting stuff. I think this is. Oh, okay. Field especially. User API. Username. Oops. So why is that one red? Because it's a special character in JSON. Oh, so let's check out how these work, right? Oh, and also, it doesn't matter that I have double here, because I just pasted it and it's just accepted it. But let's fix it, because it's confusing, right? So that's another failed copy. I can just type open API dot JSON space, because I want you to Google this. What is open API? No. Let's make it more obvious. This is a file. File format. So the purpose is learning here. Keywords must not require, shall not, should not, recommended, not recommended, may, optional. In this document are to be interested, describe. When and with when they appear in capitals as shown here. Yes, but what if we have normal words? Field. I kind of thought the bird wings there might have a special meaning with field. So I'm thinking we may TTS this. While we continue looking. But let's just scroll a little bit first. So, info title version pos. Title version required. Info object. So here we have like sub parenthesis. Yes, there is one here. So I did not actually indent this correctly. There. So, and I didn't even do that one, but it is actually like that more. And then these are in field. No, they're not. It has double. But schema kinda ends like this. Because it says dot 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 at the end. So we're not getting the full thing, we're just getting a bit in the error message, which seems to be limited in length. Title example. Maybe we should just delete all the backslash n's and make those instead. So it mostly looks like so I will do this once more. So let's open Notepad because it's good at copying and pasting special characters. This is basic, right? So we paste this, and then we make a new line. We copy a new line, and we go into replace and replace \n with that. And let's see. It didn't do new lines, did it? It just removed them. Okay, we should have done mousepad instead. So we're going to Linux instead, and we'll use mousepad because I did the other day. So here we can paste a new line that I had from Notepad, but I need to copy this first. So paste, cut the new line, replace is not Ctrl H because it is Ctrl R. So \n replace with a little character. Cute, right? Replace all. So this is how it's supposed to look. Ah! So my brain didn't get that until now, but we need to replace this with this too. And there we have it. Wasn't really two of those at the start. No, I didn't manage to delete one of them. So the page, or rather the web server we're talking to, it doesn't understand this response from the API server. It's very odd. OpenAPI 3, user API version 2, pause, API internal v1 users, username field. We got this bit. This is the interesting stuff. So the first thing to try is to see if the server is still on. So will it still respond? Yes, that's nice. So well, there, and so let's assume this is the root where API is, and the username is administrator, and the field that we want, let's look at the JavaScript code. So it might be a reset token as last time, but last we had the underscore, I think. That's the param name, so it's probably the same. I don't know. Let's try it. So I really was going to test something else first, but if this works, then yeah, it does not exist. So we're going to remove this bit. Control X. Invalid root. because we have this, and that worked. Good. So what is added to the end here will be information to get to the email. So if we go back 2 steps in our undo here and put email here, this should be what we get. Yes, nice. So let's add this to our example. I'm just adding another table, and this request that's quite long, isn't it? It's just to confirm that we are in IPI internal. Oopsie. Get tags users. Summary. Find user by username. Username path, username true, schema. I wonder if this JSON file. Yeah, we're getting everything through the server. Sounds very interesting. Let's see if we can get the same info this way. And yeah, so only reason that we did see it like this is because I was in raw mode, right? Because I tried before to get the other data to become raw, but it wasn't. So and we're gonna actually add a line above this row, add before, and I'm just gonna copy the first one we made and see if I can actually paste this here. Good. So what's the difference? Oh, the only difference is that the stars expand. Okay, I don't care about that. It's not important, it's just syntax. So we did, meaning what else can we get? What data is there? So let's try with the same format. On the reset token that I had before. Does not exist. Does not exist. And now we know that we're in the right place. We just need to find the name of it. So let's try password reset token. And reset token, I guess. Oh. Just want to click it. We got it. We have the password reset token. This is what we were trying to get. So now we can reset the administrative password. We can log in and we can delete Ford Carlos account again. So I'm kind of thinking a new table so we can add text in between there. in the .js code, we see a reference to yeah, I didn't actually copy it or insert it yet. I was kind of thinking, yeah, I can just grab it from the text, but I didn't have it there yet. Failed copy. So let's make a new line here too, so it fits. And let's delete these lines. Row, delete row, row, row. In the JS code, reference to, and I was going to copy it. Let's actually put the full line. Alright, again, it doesn't work because they use the character here that is used. Reset password token. So we use password reset token. The same as here, and then we get the token. So then we just do what? We do this. So let's actually add that one again, and actually undo. We send this link in the browser. Why put it in burp? There's no reason. So we want this one here to be instead of there, because I noticed it actually used those there before. And if we copy the URL and we grab the whole thing, maybe we should do HTTPS. And it failed the S. It failed getting an S there. And I guess we could try clicking this, but I think the lost character is not in there. So let's go back to the browser and let's send this invalid token. Let's see. I think I should remove these then. It was just a test. There. So now we have the reset of the password. So let's update the link. There. And let's do password. Password. Submit. My account. Administrator. Password. Let's actually save that. If we have more of these, we can. So we get admin panel and delete Carlos, and we solved that. That was fun. So let's go back and repeat and learn. So the thing that I didn't get here at the end was that I could do more back steps. And finally we got another message as we had exited the API of the internal server. And then we got the... Yeah, it's very, very important that we then used the Where is it? Open API JSON file. That's very important. And we had luck there, right? That this interesting bit was in the top part of the file, or we wouldn't have seen it anyway. Because it's just unexpected response from API server. And this is a string that starts here, that ends here at the very end here. This is just a string. So it's an example of the bad stuff it got. It's the same kind of message, like this. So here the API server's error is simply HTML had title not found. Not found. URL you requested was not found, because there's nothing there, right? And that means we're outside the API root. So here, example 5 is great. It's a great example of this, but it's sounding too much. But I think it's better. Example 5 is a great example. That's why I wanted to avoid it. So, 22. I'm gonna go check my kids. We're going to do another one, I'm thinking. If my kids don't want my time, because I lost, especially one of them. I'm very pleased with this. It was a great example. Is there anything else we could possibly want to test here? So I would kind of assume that if we went beyond the API here, also let's make a comment on that. I just did this path, and let's test that, right? So what we can do here is to, for everyone we remove here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4. These should be equal 1, 2, 3, 4, because the base here is just administrator. So this is the tiniest one, and we should get the same thing. If we had a session. So if we go back to this, we get the same thing. So it's not because of the... This is a bit annoying. So we go to home, go to my account. Can we log out? Yes. We go to my account, we go to forgot password, we submit, so we're in the same spot to test stuff. Let's stop this intruder. It's just a mess. We can click justice. So what we want now is to just get the new this here, really, right? We don't have to do more. So repeater, and let's just update that. Got it all, and then we send this again, and it still says invalid. There's other stuff in there too, right? We did send it. We did get the right answer. Proxy. I'll forward this one then. Repeater. Easier to just copy the question instead. There. So we got it, and then we do the cutaway of all of this all the way to administrator, because we don't need more than this. But what we use the %23 for is to cut off the usual field email that is there by default. Email field for security reasons. Oh, so we really needed to go up all the way. That's interesting. So we bypassed a security feature by mistake. So we'll add this to the notes. When testing, we also found that we bypassed a security feature by mistake using the long path. Mistake with 2s. Why do we do that? It's spells like that. It spells like that in Swedish. Misstag. Colon, and then we need another insert table, and we paste, and get a little new line, we grab the little JSON, paste, type error, result. This API only supports the email field for security reasons. Now let's see how many steps back we need to go. So if we do just /, will this help? No, so it's not like username equals this. So if we do ... and users, still the same. And I don't know if I remember the full thing, but it's on the other screen, so V1. There, we got it. We at least, this was a minimal depth. This was the minimal depth to get. Now I want the back end code to check what it's actually checking for. Depth to get the password reset. Okay. Could have copied it. There. Yeah, I'll go check on my kids. I'll be right back. I'll start some news reading while I'm gone. So let's just hop over to the news reading script. and unpause.
Title: Android Trojan Crocodilus now active in 8 countries, targeting banks and crypto wallets. Published June 3, 2025.
Alright, I should mute myself.
A recent report by ThreatFabric has uncovered a growing number of malicious campaigns targeting users in Europe and South America with the Android banking Trojan called Crocodilus. The malware, first publicly documented in March 2025, has been found to employ improved obfuscation techniques, making it more challenging for security researchers to analyze and detect. The latest findings indicate that Crocodilus is being actively maintained by its operators, who are continually enhancing and expanding the malware's capabilities. The malware can launch overlay attacks against financial apps, capture seed phrases associated with cryptocurrency wallets, and create new contacts in the victim's contact list. Recent campaigns have targeted European countries, including Poland, while continuing to target Turkish users. The malware has also expanded its reach to South America, with campaigns targeting Argentina, Brazil, India, Indonesia, and the United States. The latest variants of Crocodilus include a feature that adds a specified contact to the victim's contact list, allegedly designed as a countermeasure to new security protections introduced by Google in Android. Another new feature is an automated seed phrase collector that extracts private keys from specific cryptocurrency wallets. The malware's campaigns are no longer regionally confined, underscoring its transition into a truly global threat. Google has confirmed that it detects the malware and automatically protects users through its Google Play Protect service, which can warn or block malicious apps. However, the expanding reach of Crocodilus highlights the ongoing challenge of staying ahead of evolving threats in the mobile security landscape. Title: Google Chrome to distrust 2 certificate authorities over compliance and conduct issues. Published June 3, 2025. Google has announced that it will no longer trust digital certificates issued by Chunghwa Telecom and NetLock, effective July 31, 2025. The decision is based on patterns of concerning behavior observed over the past year, including compliance failures and lack of progress in addressing publicly disclosed incident reports. Google's Chrome browser users who navigate to sites serving certificates from these CA after the specified date will be shown a full-screen security warning. The 2 companies, Chunghwa Telecom, which is Taiwan's largest integrated telecom service provider, and NetLock, a Hungarian company offering digital identity solutions, have faced criticism for their handling of certificate issuance. Google recommends that website operators use the Chrome Certificate Viewer to verify the validity of their certificates and transition to a new publicly trusted CA. Enterprises can override this change by installing the corresponding root CA certificate as a locally trusted root on the platform Chrome is running. This decision follows similar actions taken by other major browsers, including Apple and Mozilla, which have also distusted certificates signed by Entrust. The move aims to enhance domain control validation and flag insecure practices in X.509 certificates.
123 Octodecillion 456
Title: Microsoft and CrowdStrike launch shared threat actor glossary to cut attribution confusion. Published June 3, 2025. June 03, 2025. Ravi Lakshmanan Threat Intelligence / Cyber Threats. Microsoft and CrowdStrike have announced that they are teaming up to align their individual threat actor taxonomies by publishing a new joint threat actor mapping. By mapping where our knowledge of these actors align, we will provide security professionals with the ability to connect insights faster and make decisions with greater confidence. Vasu Jakal, Corporate Vice President at Microsoft Security, said. The initiative is seen as a way to untangle the menagerie of nicknames that private cybersecurity vendors assign to various hacking groups that are broadly categorized as a nation-state, financially motivated, influence operations, private sector offensive actors, and emerging clusters. For example, the Russian state-sponsored threat actor tracked by Microsoft as Midnight Blizzard, formerly Nobelium, is also known as APT29, Blue Bravo, Cloaked Ursa, Cozy Bear, Iron Hemlock, and the Dukes. Likewise, Forest Blizzard, previously Strontium, goes by other monikers such as Blue Athena, Blue Delta, Fancy Bear, Fighting Ursa, Frozen Lake, Iron Twilight, Calm Storm, Sednet, Sofacy, and TA422. Microsoft shifted from using chemical elements-inspired names to a weather-themed threat actor nomenclature in April 2023. In aligning these names across vendors, the idea is to make tracking overlapping threat actor activity a lot easier and avoid unwanted confusion when it comes to threat actor attribution that in turn can reduce confidence, complicate analysis, and delay response. While the Unified Threat Mapping System is a two-party effort, Google and its Mandiant subsidiary as well as Palo Alto Networks Unit 42 are also expected to contribute to the effort. Other cybersecurity companies are likely to join the initiative in the future. That said, the collaboration does not aim to create a single naming standard. CrowdStrike said the alignment has led to successfully deconflicting more than 80 adversaries, adding the alliance aims to better correlate threat actor aliases without sticking to a single naming scheme. It called the new glossary a Rosetta Stone. In addition, where telemetry complements one another, there's an opportunity to extend attribution across more planes and vectors, building a richer, more accurate view of adversary campaigns that benefits the entire community, CrowdStrike's Adam Myers said. Found this article interesting? Follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn to read more exclusive content we post. Title: New Chrome 0 Day actively exploited. Google issues emergency out-of-band patch. Published June 3, 2025. June 03, 2025. Ravi Lakshmanan. Browser security/vulnerability. Google on Monday released out-of-band fixes to address 3 security
So you're
issues in its Chrome
trying
browser,
to make me
including one that it
come
said
here
has
with
come
a
under
bad
active
hammer,
exploitation in the wild.
Panda?
The high severity flaws being tracked is KVET 2025-5419, CVSS score 8.8.
You know, I
Most
hear it
important,
all.
bounce read and write vulnerability
I'm
in the
listening to
VH
the
Web friendly
news.
engine. Out of bounds read and write in V8 in Google Chrome prior to 137.0.715.1.0
But I can
allowed a
hear
remote
it
to
at the
potentially
same
exploit for
time,
corruption
so
by its
I'm
crafted
thinking if
HTML
there's
page.
someone like
The
my
description of the
hobby
bug
there.
on the NIST National Vulnerability Database, NVD. Google credited
It had to
Sunnydust Git and
restart
Moz 7
Llama.
Threat Analysis Group, TAG, with discovering and reporting the flaw on May 27, 2025. It also noted that the issue was addressed the next day by pushing out a configuration change to the stable version of the browser across all platforms. As is customary, the advisory is light on details regarding the nature of the attacks leveraging the vulnerability or the identity of the threat actors perpetrating them. This is done so to ensure that a majority of users are
I
updated with
wonder
the
if
fix and to
this has
prevent other
got
bad
her
actors from joining the
headphones in.
exploitation bandwagon. Google is aware that an exploit for KVET 2025-5419 exists in the wild.
Seriously,
Giant acknowledged.
dude, I'm gonna
KVET
start
2025-5419
stopping
is
those.
the second actively
Trying to
exploited 0
figure
day
out
to be
the
patched by
longest
Google
number.
this year after KVET
I told Age in
2025-2783,
Discord a second ago.
CVSS score
I wonder if
8.3,
Fixit's
which
got
was
her
identified by
headphones
Kaspersky
off.
as being weaponized in attacks
Dick.
targeting organizations in Russia.
Translated from Dutch.
Users are recommended to upgrade to Chrome version 137.0.7151.68/.69
So
for
now
Windows and Mac
this
OS,
this
and
one
version
is kind of spamming it, right?
137.0.715.1.68 for Linux to
So I
safeguard
have
against
paused
potential
it,
threats.
but it takes some
Users of
time before
Chromium-based
it
browsers such as
actually,
Microsoft Edge,
as this is
Brave,
one
Opera,
command
and
reading
Vivaldi
it
are also
all.
advised to apply the fixes as and when they become available.
So
Found this
it's
article
reading
interesting?
full article
Follow
there
us on Twitter and
because
LinkedIn
it's
to
so
read more
short.
exclusive content we post.
It's not summarizing when it's doing 100 less than this. I've asked for 300 words, so that's why it's not using AI to summarize. So yes, so I have this on and I listen to the news. Now, of course, you can chat, right? So I think that in like 2 seconds it will beep downstairs. And what if someone who couldn't sort audio wanted to listen to the news? So I kind of didn't hear the numbers after a second. Yeah. Yeah, of course you should chat, but all the numbers. It kind of did it all. I think I can give it quite high numbers. As it's Google, you know? I'm a bit curious why anyone would want to read this, though. Right? Why? Why would you want to? That's like my most used emote, Wainrough Pom Pom. But I'm currently not subscribed, unfortunately.
Pon.32 lick.
Translated from Indonesian.
Yeah, that one's cool. That one's cool too. But it's the pom poms are like cheering someone on. I don't know if I want to lick them. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I can do this now actually instead. So
Less than. I love this one when wrought beautiful.
yeah, it's great too. I love it. I kind of like My Heart too, though. It actually fits quite well with some of the other emotes.
Fixit says.
So, for example,
42 love.
So I don't have Johannes emotes, but we could do, for example, just that one, and you can do several of them.
Curslet Fixit 42 love.
So if you do like this, it looks kind of cool. I'll have to make more emotes. I haven't made any since I became affiliate. I just did them like after a few weeks, and then I haven't done anything more. Mostly because it's more fun doing this stuff, right?
Panatong says.
Oh, that's a cool. That one is
Indonesian.
cool. I might
Dylan
steal
Kaiser
it.
says. Hinlo.
I might steal it.
Translated from German.
Hi. So I'm gonna save your one here. So why can't I just right click and save it now? Because I'm in OBS, of course, right? Yeah, so I have to be in an actual browser, not in that odd thingy. So, save image as. So how did you do those most? Did you use, say, an AI? Did you use an animation program? What did you do? And also, I have BRB still in the screen. I'll BRB. I'm gonna give my kid his plate from the microwave, and I'll be back.
Fetched 50 articles from Dark Reading. Title: Backdoored Malware Reels and Newbie Cybercriminals. Published June 5, 2025. Sophos researchers found this operation has similarities or connections to many other campaigns targeting GitHub repositories dating back to August 2022. Title: Questions swirl around ConnectWise flaw used in attacks. Published June 5, 2025.
So I'm curious, seriously, what happened here?
ConnectWise issued a patch to stave off attacks on Screen Connect customers, but the company's disclosures don't explain what the vulnerability is and when it was first exploited.
So, it's getting entry summary. Reading full. So entry summary, it's printing this because I'm debugging, right? Making sure that there's really not more to the article. Let's actually click this one. So it might be that it requires something more. And it might be that it's a tiny article. This is not a tiny article, right? And the dark reading, I think it is set to use, let's see. So I need to have some output here. We don't need to stop it for now. But I want to check out the RSS list for dark reading here. So it uses Playwright because I get binary data. So is there a problem with my Playwright code right now? We have done these. These are red, that's why. So if I restart it now, it will start with this line that we were, where we were. So on Playwright, let's scroll down a bit. So first of all, maybe we should say like using Playwright, so I'm sure it does. Using Playwright. And where is the debug text coming from? Here is a debug output of it, which is in get feed entry content, which means it failed. I don't think we need this. It's just so that I know which one of them. It failed to get content 0 value. So it's getting entry summary, and it's not a description. It is a short little bit of the article here. Maybe I still want these in here because I want to know which one it's using in this case. But for this, it should have been using Playwright. So Playwright. It helps spelling right. Install Playwright. That's not what we want. We want later code. Yeah, right. Using Playwright, we just added this line. Download article Playwright. We have to stop this to be able to see this little double click thingy. Here. So let's actually make good messages there instead. So here. Oh, that was too much. Let's actually trying to download article using Playwright, and we just need it up there, and then we add trying to download article. Let's do a few dots there. It looks, we don't need one, but we can have several. And yeah, if we have article HTML after this, we're going to fix that. And if we don't, we just set article text to nothing. And article text will also be nothing if we can't decode it. And there's also spoken questions if you have that enabled, and I don't because my mic is not working as it should right now. I need to fix the mic, but I don't have time to prioritize that now. And as this mic is functional, I'm lazy and actually do fun stuff instead.
Sixabat says.
New follower Jojo66.
Welcome
Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. Jojo66. Cool name. Everybody has cool names. Panda. It's cool too. Let's continue. So I just want to see why this didn't get the articles. So it tried on 2 articles there, and it should have been using Playwright, but I don't know for sure. So I added some information now. So if we run this again now. So we should have Llama started in the background, so we don't need to restart it.
Starting Alma.
I can do that. If you need to restart it, have it prepared.
Successfully started Alma. Here are the latest articles from your RSS feeds.
So if it
fetched 50 articles from Dark Reading.
That.
Title: Backdoored Malware Reels and Newbie Cybercriminals. Published June 5, 2025.
Now, trying to download article using Playwright. I will have to modify my Playwright then. This is bypassing darn annoying things. It doesn't want people to scrape their site. Very annoying. So here it is. So I have other things disabled that's not necessary before. We can add stuff if it doesn't work. Shouldn't take this long. Oh, we're getting the timeout. Timeout error. That's why it took so long too. Let's click this one. So it's not the same article as the last one because it's first, right?
Suppose
so
researchers found this operation has similarities or connections to many other campaigns targeting GitHub repositories dating back to August 2022. Title: Questions swirl around ConnectWise flaw used in attacks.
Yeah, it just read
Published June 5, 2025.
This mega short summary. Yeah, it'll time out again. It takes mega long time because I set it to a long time. 600. Here. 60,000. I know it was 600 something. So let's first of all stop it. I did stop it. Okay. And then we start Llama here. So it's still running. My God, where it is? Where is it? Where is it? Bam, bam.
ConnectWise issued a patch to stave off attacks on Screen Connect customers,
Yeah, it's
but the company's disclosures
running.
don't explain what the vulnerability is and when it was first exploited.
So I usually have this as the play thing
Title:
here, right?
Finding Balance in USAI Regulation. Published June 5, 2025.
And you usually can't play it when it's on. Well, let's just Control-C this. There, crash. Now we can start Llama. So it's running here instead. So we won't get all the Llama output like these lines in here. And if we restart it several times, it will still work. So let's make something different. Let's use locale in US and JavaScript enable true. And refer Google. We're pretending to come from Google. And then we run it again. And this is a little bar that's just popped away. I don't know where it went, but. And now you can see the Llama action in this one instead. So it's
here
getting
are the latest
its
articles from your RSS feeds.
Here.
Fetched 50 articles from Dark Reading. Title: Cisco warns of credential vuln on AWS, Azure, Oracle Cloud. Published June 5, 2025.
And now this one didn't start Llama. Trying to download article using Playwright. Come on. This is too slow. It should have already worked. So I'm gonna undo these. There. Let's do YC. So that's the way it was before. And I'm mostly annoyed at this because why? Dark Reading have a RSS feed and they don't let people access it. The article's linked. I mean, why have RSS feed if you don't want anything automatic getting it? Right? Is it only humans that are allowed to click the links? So let's just pause this. So if we need to pause again, we'll go bleeping computer, right? Maybe we should have that on the top of the list. Or anyway, dark reading later. But now I want to debug it later, so just save that and have this ready for the next pause, right? And what we're currently doing is not really new, so that was just when I was fixing food for my kid. So we checked out this was Swagger JSON and the format they're in. That's what I wanted. Also, we're down here. Cool. I like this. Look, it scrolls along. I like it. So we have title, and these were in the info object. And this is when I noticed that it was indented, right? And then I just replaced in mousepad the backslash ends with new lines and the backslash quote with only quote. So we got it working better. And then it looked like this. We could see this very easily. The full. We were dotting back here, but we didn't know what we were dotting past. Yeah, so it's time to read on and see what else we can learn, because this lab is solved. So why did these change place? No, this is also a lab. No, this is just where the lab is started. So let's update the page so it helps to solve. There. No, that's the last lab. That's the current one. That's the one we did now. Testing for server-side parameter pollution in structured data formats. An attacker may be able to manipulate parameters. So I'm thinking I want to make a screenshot here first on something. Let's do the one with the full back hopping, because it was a bit nicer to see the full one, right? And that keeps hopping up. So if I switch to this one, switch to this, nothing should be selected, right? And then I click something on my PC and like F4, and then we can just drag what we want here. So sorry, I'm just waiting for LinkedIn to load, because I thought, why not post something? It was a bit since I posted anything. Oh. Now I'll just click me, and now you can see profile. And let's hop over there, because when LinkedIn pops up, I'm like, oh, I want to read this and this and this. And we're not here for Facebook. Which LinkedIn is now, right? Is it? Facebook is not good anymore. It's horrible. But I still have friends there, so I can't not use it at all. I should really go enough more often and celebrate people's birthdays at least. I just thought I'd paste this image here. So where's the little posty thingy? posty thingy. I should have that at the ones, I think. Here, create a post. It should be at top. Isn't that the main thing you do on here? Not edit your own profile. So if I paste, can it do that? Nah, can't. So, or if I do image, can it paste then? Okay. These are family, you know, this web program where you draw a bit at the, but we did it in the family. And GIF animations with people's drawings too, with my kids. That was fun. Very fun. Yeah. Let's Control X. Shift Control X. Save as. Verb 1. Nothing called that already good. So now we can find verb 1. Burp. No burp. So many B's. And some fun labs on web. Is that like an ad thing, by the way? Is there ads? Nope. Hop over there. Let's just I guess we do a link, right? I guess I open a new tab. We'll continue in 2 seconds. I googled the other day. So should we do oopsie? Should we do this or this? I think this one is better. Oh, but now I did all labs. I want all topics. Because the paths, they're not good. You cannot use the links.
Pandatong says.
Is it not past your bedtime?
22:43, Panda. When do I usually go to bed, do you think? Actually, we have a red day tomorrow.
Translated from German.
Is it past your bedtime? It's like you ate lunch on my stream. Let's see. Guided support, learning paths, not recommended. I recommend doing the topics.
Almost time to get out of work. I'm not staying here till 6 again tonight.
Oh. 6 tonight. To me, those words are like 6 is still day, it's not night. Tonight I would use maybe with 8, like 20. Maybe 20 and on would be tonight.
8 to 6 the last few days, and no lunch.
No lunch too. Oh. But today I got lunch. Yeah. That's like normal working hours, isn't it? Yeah, if you don't do it of your free will. Or you can, people say 9 to 5.
Yeah,
I'm like,
today
yeah,
I
you
had to
don't have
before I punched the
lunch or
computer,
what?
haha.
Yeah. Always eat lunch. It's a good thing. It's healthy to eat some food in the middle of the day, right? So, this is much better. Let's do. I recommend using. What happened? How did I get 2 C's in there in 1 M? Maybe it is sleeping time. I recommend learning topics instead of paths. Much better. So, all topics. Yeah, that's about it. Let's like, some people do that, right? Or even it's free. You need to say it's free too, right? Let's say thanks for Swigger. And the little heart again. And I know that these hearts won't be there, so we have to make their hearts. And they're annoying, but we'll have to do it. Look, I get 2 characters and have to delete 1, right? So, maybe we should have another 1 here. Like, let's change this one instead. Oh, look, it became white when I backspace. Never saw that before. So it's Unicode combined characters that we delete a bit of. Oh. We are partying. We're having fun. Let's see what it is we're doing. I'm like, where is it there? This is that's a bit long, isn't it? The screenshot is from exploiting a server. And we should put a link there too. Let's put the link there. How far am I really scrolling? So let's just copy the link too. So I need to clean up about my clean tabs, you know, clean out some tabs, and I did. I really did, but I still have some money. Web security, API testing, server-side parameter pollution, log with server-side parameter pollution, and rest URL. Yeah, it doesn't sound complicated to me, because now I know what it is. Maybe it would have been before. Doing some fun labs. Hop over there, it's free. Open learning topics etc. Pause. I don't want to say why, but I can't if someone asks. Clicky. So, view post. But that's not the post. There is the post. So, you guys, you want to help? Help stuff get noticed. So, dear. So maybe we should learn how to make a burp extension here. That's why I have that up. Yeah, but there's more stuff after here. I'm going to read this last bit here, and then I think there's just a short bit on the main page. Then we're done with this learning topic. And that's not the goal. The goal is to learn as much as possible. So I hope there's a lot of new stuff here in this section. So, testing for server-side parameter pollution in structured data formats. An attacker may be able to, let's actually let's grab this, because I'm assuming we will find something to take notes on, right? So, no, this is just a subheader after this. And we just need to add 2 of those. And uppercase that a little less. I think that's good enough until we know what we want to change it to. So, testing for server-side parameter pollution, the same we have done, but now in structured data formats. An attacker may be able to manipulate parameters to exploit vulnerabilities in the server's processing of other structured data formats such as JSON and XML. To test for this, inject unexpected structured data into user inputs and see how the server responds. Consider an application that enables users to edit their profile. Then applies their changes to a request to a server-side API. Okay, when you edit your name, your browser makes the following request. Host my account name Peter. This results in the following server-side request. Patch users number update name Peter. Okay, so here we have some JSON. You can attempt to add the access level parameter to the request as follows, and then they have excluded. I mean, they put the end here and here. So this before here, this should be this character, right? And after the end for Peter for the name. Okay. And if the user inputs is added to the server-side JSON data without adequate validation or synthesization, this results in the following server-side request. This may result in the user Peter being given administrator access. So this is the same kind of thing. JSON example. And we have again our request. And sent to internal API. And we have first so before we had get, now we have post. So maybe this is not a suitable format anymore, but we have to do this. There, and that's not pretty, is it? Because I also did it totally wrong. So mine had pretty colors than theirs had. So if I would have shift control that, should we expand the JSON? No, this is good enough. And then we want to do this again. So JSON example, we actually need this. Base request. And no modifications. There, and then we copy that line. We put it here too, and then we do adding the parameter. Shift Control Paste. Just remember now. We have one there. So the birds are singing. Does that mean that it's late or early? So related pages. Consider a similar example. Client-side user putting JSON data. You edit your name, the browser makes the following request. Okay. My account Peter, name Peter. Access level. So we want a bigger page, but it didn't help, so Peter. Okay, so here we're escaping them. Okay, that's a change. Added the JSON data without adequate encoding. This results following. Again, this may result. So they're not saying anything about the backslashes. So we're just gonna put this line in there. It's an extra thing. This is so much text for something tiny. This may result in disappear. Structure format injection can also occur in responses. For example, This can occur if user input is stored securely in a database and embedded into a JSON response from a backend API without adequate encoding. You can usually detect and exploit structured format injection. Your responses in the same way you can requests. Well, we can't add the data, like the error we just had, right? So, adding yeah, there's not much more request alternative. So it's just depending on how it works, you know, on the other end. So.
Have a good night, Sophia. I'm getting out of work. It's 5:01.
Yeah, go. Have a nice rest of the day, Panda. Good night. Because it is 1 hour until midnight now here, so I shouldn't be up too long. Though it's already tomorrow, so I was thinking of working, and I can go work anyway, but I don't think my family will be very happy if I did. But I kind of plan to stream anyway, so because otherwise I only get to stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and now I missed a lot of today, right? Because I had meetings. So I'm just looking. Is there any other reason why didn't they mention the backslashes? That's the only change from these. So it's totally the same result here. It's just that this one needed backslashed these, which is nice, right? It's logical. Because this is odd. I don't think this would ever work, right? Maybe because here it is not, doesn't have those. And here it has. So this is somewhat more logical to me. Well, let's just read the rest. Structured injection format can also occur in responses, and I already read that. So note, this example below is in JSON, but server-side parameter pollution can occur in any structured data format, for example, XML. See the X include tags section in the XML external entity XXC injection tag. So maybe we know where we're going next. Maybe that's the next thing, if I didn't already do it. I don't think so. I do not think so. So, testing with automated tools. I'm kind of thinking I want to make stuff myself so I have control. Because burp is burp, you know, and I might just do Python scripts and try and make them smarter. So you can just... Burp includes automated tools that can help you detect server-side or parameter pollution variables. Burp scanner automatically detects suspicious input transformation when performing an audit. These occur when an application receives user input, transforms it in some way, then performs further processing on the results. This behavior doesn't necessarily, I don't listen to. I'm talking about, I should have put the link to the stream in the LinkedIn. Why didn't I? Again, burp scanner automatically detects suspicious input transformations when performing an audit. Burp scanner. These occur when an application, let's burp scanner. what I want is if it's free or not. Is Verb Scanner free? Try Professional for free. So we need this to be one word, I think. So it's in the page here. Here we have lists. Community. Web vulnerability scanner. I'm assuming this is it, right? And that we don't have it. But I know that lots of this you can only do with full burp. I'm like, where on earth? Oh, it's just at the start scanner. That method detects suspicious and formations. So this is when you use the burp scanner that we don't have. Doesn't have to be a vulnerability, so you'll need to for testing using manual techniques outlined above. For more information, see the suspicious input transformation. So another open issue definition, and this is on KB issues. So issue definitions. Never been here before. We can look there later. You can also use /powered scanner B app. /powered scanner B app. I had problems with my phone charging again. Come on, wiki. I want to switch screens. I'll click. So, yeah, now it worked. Good. I can't move my head without having the phone working. So extensions, yep. /powered scanner, which is for only for Pro. So we can't use this either. To identify server-side injection vulnerabilities, the scanner classifies it as boring, interesting, or vulnerable. So boring is the safe stuff. You'll need to investigate interesting inputs using the manual techniques outlined above. For more information, see the backwards scanning. Yeah, so we already know. But maybe this white paper will tell us how to do this without using it. It's James Carroll. So and he's the author of it. There's some interesting stuff in here anyway. So, preventing server-side parameter pollution. To prevent server-side parameter pollution, use and allow list to define characters that don't need encoding, and make sure all other user input is encoded before it's included in a server-side request. You should also make sure that all input adheres to the exact format and structure, like no .. in there, recursive. So, the next thing here is testing REST paths. So we're continuing from what? Oh, we already did this, right? Okay, so server-side parameter pollution was the last thing, and I actually need to scroll in again, right? To be on the same one we were. So yeah, this is the one after. Web Security Academy alignment with the OWASP Top 10 API vulnerabilities. So maybe I should zoom out again. The OWASP Foundation periodically publishes a list of critical API-specific security risks. Although some of these risks have a different name in the context of APIs, many of them align with our existing Web Security Academy topics. Not paths, topics. The table below specifies which Web Security Academy topics are relevant to the OWASP Top 10 API vulnerabilities. So, here we have API testing that we're almost finished with. Though I want more information, not less. But we have these two to do, so it's not all ended. Broken object level authorization, access control vulnerability and privilege escalation, broken authentication vulnerabilities. So with two authentication vulnerabilities, JWT attacks, broken object priority level authentication, mass assignment vulnerabilities, and mass assignment vulnerabilities we did here. So let's see where this links go to API testing. Yeah, unrestricted resource consumption, race conditions, file upload vulnerabilities, resource consumption. So race conditions in there. The broken function level authentication, access control vulnerabilities and privilege escalation, access control, it says there. Unrestricted access to sensitive business flows, business logic vulnerabilities. Server-side request forgery. Server-side request forgery. The same thing. Security misconfiguration. Cross-ordering resource sharing. Information disclosure vulnerabilities. HTTP host header attacks. Yeah, there's so much fun to read here. Or to do. Not just to read. HTTP request smuggling. And then we have the two ones we already did there. Improper inventory management. Yeah, of course it can be inventory, but I guess it's an API then. Unsafe consumption of APIs. Well, let's hop over to OWASP too to check, but here's just the labs in the long lab list. I already looked at this. Yeah, so we already did this now because we've done them as we've gone through. There. So I asked my kid before if he wanted to do something with me, and said that I can stop streaming if he wants to, like sit in chat, because he woke up late. And I almost started streaming immediately when I got home. I allocate I spent time with today. So API security top 10. It's just a big. This is ugly. This is not pretty. Not pretty at all. So I'd like after this to have all the things. I don't want them only on the side. So notice it's like Oh, this is a book, but we put it, yeah, table of contents even. We can't ignore OWASP because they have no sense for aesthetics and organization of web pages, right? Forward, it's totally a book. Totally a book. I don't want a book, I want a web page. Introduction. Darker content and so on and so on. But we're on API, right? So why don't you give us those to start with? I don't care about release notes. API security risk I do care about. But they're not listed here either. So here we have the top 10. And then they are listed here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Why API? Yeah, I guess. It is 2023 too, so it's not like modern, really. I mean, I'm thinking AI. It has its own, right? But still. 2 pages back. Actually, 3 pages back. So I'm thinking the AI one. It's here. Might be here, but it doesn't seem like that. I know there's an AI one, but it's not there, so. Yeah, so we could read these and maybe learn something. There was a GraphQL one too, so I'm gonna say bye-bye to OWASP page. And we are done with this this topic. So we did. What did we do? Rather, where is it? I know what we did. API. Was it at the top one? Yes, here it is. API testing. So we looked around like a bit randomly. I was going for something at the bottom first. And now let's check what we had here more. So this is the blog from James Kittle. And there's also a talk on it, or a video. So let's open that on YouTube instead. And quick skim this. I think I want to read it later. So what should we do now? Let's close that, or rather, let's click the knowledge base generally. You can't click it. Yeah, that's generally a problem here, because the reason that I don't use the scroll up, the learning paths, is you can't click stuff there, right? You can't click the different headers on the side. Here you can click anything you want. Everything is links. You can go back to, I want to click this and go back to this and check it out, right? I can. If you go pause, you can't. You go to a path and you, here we have a resume. So we can, I can't go back to the earlier thing. And it's the same text. So no reason to, oh well, what happened there? This was the one I wanted. So this is what I want to do. XML external entity detection, but we want to start what is XXE. XML external entity. So let's see if we can find this in this. So why did it do that? Yeah, I kind of thought, is this XXC injection? Yes. So we're at the same line here. So server-side topics. What I do need to know is the client side better. But this was lots of good learning. But before we continue here, we're actually going to do this. As long as these still are free. And I'm signed in and everything. So, of course. This challenge, your goal is to get more familiar with the flow of a shopping application, relying on a payment gateway to handle payments. When clients decide to check out, they get redirected to the payment gateway. Clients then have two options, and we're now on Pentester Lab. They have two free ones currently, and this is one, and the other one is API 9. So I don't know which one is. This one was like basic knowledge, and this was like a little medium here, right? Medium and easy. So that's why I started with this one, even though the numbers can sound like this is more of a test of the knowledge you learn in API normal ones. They cancel a payment and get redirected to the shopping application based on a parameter provided to the payment gateway by the shopping application. They make the payment is successful, and they get redirected to the shopping application based on the parameter provided to the payment gateway by the shopping application. For this challenge, your goal is to find a way to tell the shopping application that you paid without paying. That sounds fun? So this is a challenge. It's not like a course. I click course here. This is course. I don't know how these work really. So what if you click here, course? So this is more of a learning thingy, and this is more of a challenge thingy. No, there's like the same on both. So before we get started with these, I'm gonna go check the kids again. Meaning, we're gonna start the news reading. And no long TTS messages in your log. I'm just kidding. It's totally okay to shout, you know. So let's run the script with the ones we've already read commented. So we'll get current news from today and yesterday from Bleeping Computer first. Then we'll see get more news. Go and check my kids. I'll mute. Mute yourself.
Here are the latest articles from your RSS feeds. Fetched 13 articles from Bleeping Computer. Title: Old AT&T data leak repackaged to link SSNs, DOBs to 49M phone numbers. Published June 5, 2025. A threat actor has re-released sensitive data from a 2021 AT&T breach, affecting approximately 70 million customers. The original breach was attributed to shiny hunters, who attempted to sell the stolen data for $200,000 in 2021. 3 years later, another threat actor leaked the entire dataset on a Russian-speaking hacking forum, claiming it originated from the same breach. However, an analysis by Bleeping Computer reveals that the re-released data is actually the same as the 2024 Snowflake data leak, but with previously separate files combined to link social security numbers and birth dates directly to individual users. The leaked dataset contains names, addresses, mobile phone numbers, encrypted date of birth, encrypted social security numbers, and other internal information. However, the updated version has been cleaned up to remove AT&T's internal data and includes unencrypted social security numbers and birth dates for each customer record. The leak consists of 86 million unique records, including 48 million unique phone numbers with associated customer information. AT&T is investigating the re-released data, stating that it originates from the known breach and was repackaged into a new leak for financial gain. This incident highlights the vulnerability of sensitive data to cyber threats and the importance of effective cybersecurity measures to prevent such breaches. Title: hacker selling critical Roundcube webmail exploit as TechInfo disclosed. Published, June 5, 2025. A critical vulnerability in Roundcube webmail, a widely used open-source application, has been discovered and exploited by hackers. CVE 2025-49113 is a post-authentication remote code execution, RCE, vulnerability with a severity score of 9.9 out of 10, described as Email Armageddon. The security issue affects versions of Roundcube webmail from 1.1.0 to January 6, 10 and has been present in the application for over a decade. The vulnerability was discovered by Kirill Fursov, CEO of Fearsoft, who published the technical details before the end of the responsible disclosure period due to the immediate availability of an exploit on underground forums. Attackers were able to reverse engineer the patch, develop an exploit, and sell it for at least $50,000. The vulnerability is caused by a lack of sanitization of the $_get_from parameter, leading to PHP object deserialization. The fix introduced by Roundcube's patch can be bypassed, allowing attackers to execute arbitrary code on the server. Given the widespread use of Roundcube, which is included in offers from major hosting providers and used by numerous organizations, including government agencies and academic institutions, the vulnerability poses a significant threat to security. Kirill Fursov emphasizes that manual patching is outdated and notes that the attack surface for this application is industrial, making it likely that a pentester will find an instance more easily than an SSL misconfiguration. As a result of this vulnerability, organizations using Roundcube are advised to prioritize patching and implementing security measures to protect against exploitation. Title: Designing a Windows Service for Security. Published, June 5, 2025. When designing a security-focused Windows service, several key principles are essential for effectiveness and reliability. These include minimizing the attack surface by granting only necessary permissions, providing real-time monitoring and response capabilities, and implementing robustness and resilience against crashes and attacks. Additionally, scalability and performance must be considered to ensure the service can handle various system loads efficiently. A robust security service typically consists of several components working together, including a monitoring engine that observes system activities using event tracing, file system filters, and network monitoring tools, an analysis and detection module that analyzes monitored data to identify potential threats, a response and mitigation unit that takes immediate action when threats are detected, logging and reporting components for maintaining detailed logs of all activities and detected threats, and a communication interface for secure communication between components. To develop an effective Windows service, the right development tools and frameworks must be chosen. This includes using Visual Studio with .NET, leveraging Windows APIs like WMI, ETW, and WFP, implementing native drivers to access low-level system information, integrating machine learning models using libraries like ML.NET or TensorFlow for advanced threat detection, and utilizing testing and debugging tools like WinDBG, Process Monitor, and sysinternals suite. Designing a security-focused Windows service requires careful planning and a deep understanding of both the system environment and potential threat vectors. By adhering to key design principles, creating a robust architecture, and selecting appropriate development tools, it is possible to build a service that effectively protects against malware and ransomware. The core components of a Windows service include real-time monitoring and threat detection, process and file system monitoring, and network activity analysis, which work together to detect and mitigate malware and ransomware effectively. Title: Germany fines Vodafone $51 million for privacy, security breaches. Published, June 5, 2025. The German Data Protection Authority, BFDI, has fined Vodafone GmbH, the telecommunications company's German subsidiary, €45 million, $51.4 million, for privacy and security violations. Due to malicious employees and partner agencies who broker contracts to customers on behalf of Vodafone, there had been fraud cases due to fictitious contracts or contract changes at the expense of customers, among other things, BFDI said on Thursday. BFDI imposed a €15 million fine on Vodafone GmbH for failing to monitor partner agencies whose employees made unauthorized contract changes or tricked customers into signing fictitious contracts. The British multinational telecommunications company was hit with a second €30 million fine for authentication vulnerabilities of its main Vodafone, My Vodafone, and the company's hotline, which allowed attackers to access customer ESIM profiles. Where data breaches take place, sanctions must be imposed. However, with my work, I also want to ensure that data breaches do not occur in the first place. Companies that want to comply with data protection law must be empowered to do so, added Professor Dr. Luisa Speck-Riemenschneider, the Federal Commissioner for Data Protection and Freedom of Information. I would like to point out that Vodafone has cooperated with me continuously and without restriction throughout the entire proceedings and has also disclosed circumstances that have incriminated the company. Vodafone has updated its processes and systems, replacing some of them to mitigate future risks. The company has also updated procedures for selecting and auditing partner agencies, and it has severed ties with partners linked to fraudulent activities. The telecom giant has already paid the fines and donated several million euros to organizations that promote data protection, media literacy, and combating cyberbullying, the BFDI said. Vodafone offers mobile and fixed services to over 330 million customers in 15 countries across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. Its financial technology businesses also serve nearly 83 million customers in 7 African countries. A Vodafone spokesperson was not immediately available for comment when contacted by Bleeping Computer today. Manual patching is outdated. It's slow, error-prone, and tough to scale. Join Kenji and Tynes on June 4th to see why old methods fall short. See real-world examples of how modern teams use automation to patch faster, cut risk, stay compliant, and skip the complex scripts. Save your spot. Title: Vile gang members sentenced for DEA portal breach, extortion. Published, June 5, 2025. A group of cybercriminals known as Vile were sentenced for their roles in an extortion scheme that involved hacking into a federal law enforcement web portal. The two main defendants, Sagar Steven Singh, Weep, from Rhode Island, and Nicholas Cirillo, Ominous, from New York, pleaded guilty to aggravated identity theft and conspiracy to commit computer intrusion. Vile targeted innocent victims by collecting personal information through various means, including impersonating law enforcement and searching public databases. The group hacked into an online portal maintained by a federal law enforcement agency, which was used to share intelligence with state and local law enforcement. They gained access using stolen credentials and stole sensitive information from 16 federal law enforcement databases, including social security numbers. The hackers then threatened to release the data online unless their victims paid for it. Weep and Ominous were involved in various malicious activities, including blackmailer tactics and pretending to have life-threatening situations to bypass security procedures. In one instance, Weep forced a victim to hand over control of their Instagram accounts after threatening to share sensitive information publicly. The group's messages show that they understood the severity of their actions and feared police raids.
So I realized
the U.S.
I
Justice
am
Department
quite
is still
tired.
investigating the other 4 Vile members who are
Starting
believed to
with
be
a
involved in the
new
scheme.
one.
The sentencing serves as a warning to others about the dangers of cybercrime and the importance of
Do you
prioritizing
wanna listen to
cybersecurity
more
measures to
news?
protect sensitive information.
I actually thought about having a news stream where it just reads a script every day. Like I could start it when I go to that, whenever that is. Or maybe I should do that when I'm not. So they're very active, those cybermental people, it seems. So I have funny things. And fun things too, to do. But I don't think I want to start something new at a few minutes before midnight when I really think about it. Because when I'm in this bright light, it's one thing. But when I went and talked to my kid, and it's more like dark, sleepy time lights, I'm like, so maybe we'll check a few more of these out. Maybe I'll do something more before we end today. And we don't have any of those extreme people up. They're just sleeping. Everybody's sleeping. But I can go and check if there's someone else on. It's fun. So I raided Syndrome yesterday. And I thought about raiding City was on then. But who else have we got? We could go music. So I know that some people on the raid start streaming much later than this, right? And let's open these streams up. So I kind of liked. I was too long in Singer in stream, really. Much longer than I should have. And but I don't want to raid the same person again. Even if it was entertaining. So let's do someone else. Should we do something first, though? Should we do something first? These people will probably go for a bit more. We'll see who's online still when it becomes raid time. So we installed Paraminer. I tried it, but I probably should follow along with some live or something to do that really. And that's more also stuff that I haven't done, right? So we can close these because done all the things already, right? And there's nothing that I want. So I'm also assuming that it said bye-bye. So yeah, 2014 already said bye-bye. And we sold the lab. And we also had, yeah, this is where I did the replace. And it was actually Control R, not Control H here, which is quite nice, I guess, if you remember it. Let's actually close the VM down. So I'm thinking if we do something else, it'll be, maybe we should do some gaming. That was long ago. Nah, not on this channel. So what can we do else except for listening to news only? We can listen to the news and game. No, I don't wanna. I'm tired. Maybe we should just read them. Any suggestions? Just please tell me if there's something you want to do, something we should like. Do something fun. It's like 9 people watching, combined Twitch and YouTube. So talk, someone, talk, people. You're allowed to have suggestions, you know. Oopsie. There's nothing secret. It's mostly just news, and that was nothing secret either. My kid's dentist appointment. So what should we do? Yeah, we do have like first of all, let's close all these tabs, right? Or maybe we read one of the documents that we got. This one. Yeah, and opened up these for reading later. So this is what I sent before. Did anyone of you go in there? Is something going? It's still updating. Did my internet like fall asleep already? I noticed that LinkedIn was slow before too. It's usually like instant almost, right? When it opens up. Now we have like some kind of waiting thingies. So 2 people liked. Thank you if you liked. So what to do now? This interests me because this is the format of this obviously quite common file with the format and how the API works, right? Let's actually ask ChatGPT to explain it, right? Instead of reading a mega long document. Man. We're in ChatGPT and I'm typing ChatGPT. Maybe I should go sleep. Let's close down this program. It's totally unnecessary to have OBS on screen. Oh, files from yesterday. Yeah, also I got Hacky 20 on here. Yeah. So what was the file name? Let's check the notes, because my brain is on that kind of you should be sleeping now timetable. And I don't remember it, though I've typed it several times now. OpenAPI.json. Please make a quite detailed explanation of the use of but primarily the format of OpenAPI.json. So I'm thinking that we could always TTS it too. So we have seen about it, what it looks like generally. Yeah, this looks good. Not mega TTS friendly maybe, but... So why did we get a scroll bar in this direction? Interesting. It doesn't have anything to do with the zoom level. We just got a scroll bar here. So, the OpenAPI.json file is a machine-readable description of an API that follows the OpenAPI specification, formerly known as Swagger. Oh, so now I know why Swagger and OpenAPI seem very closely related. It's the new name of it. It's commonly used to document RESTful APIs and allows both human and machines to understand what endpoints are available, what parameters they expect, and what responses they return, and more. Primary use: documentation. Generates interactive API documents, e.g. Swagger UI. Validation: ensures clients and servers conform to the specifications. Code generation. Auto-generates client-server code in many languages. Testing. Tools like Postman or Dread, that I never heard of even, use it to generate test cases. Context-first development. Define the API before implementing it. File format overview. It's a JSON or YAML file with a hierarchical structure. Below is a breakdown of the key components and format of an OpenAPI JSON file. Top level structure: OpenAPI version, and ours was 3.0.0. Then we had the info, and let's tab to the file. We had title, user API, and version to here. And then we have the pass, and that's all that we had. So we didn't have anything else. I have to go back. Did it say OpenAPI? Yeah. So OpenAPI, info, and pass. Those are the top level ones we had. OpenAPI, the version of the OpenAPI spec being used. Info, basic metadata about the API. Title, description, version. Servers. Defines the base URL for the API. So we didn't get that, probably because it's very varies, and they wanted to make sure that we saw the path, right? Because otherwise we couldn't have done it. And it describes like 4 levels of guessing. That would have been tough. Pass describes available endpoints and operations on each. So pass users, get summary list users responses, 200 description, list of users, content, application JSON, schema, array, items, components, schemas, user, and we just had pause, and then we had this, and then we had get tags users. Well, I didn't read anything after seeing this, because this kind of gave us the answer so we could solve the problem. But we also have a summary.
Are you studying in Portswigger?
Yeah. So we've done some labs, but currently I'm reading. I thought the documentation for the file was a bit long, so I asked ChatGPT to make one for me. The OpenAI specification. And I also learned at the start that this is the replacement for Swagger. It also says Swagger up here, right? So OpenAPI is a new one. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so we did the API testing one here. So we'll see if we do maybe this one next time, or if there's something else that looks interesting more. Maybe JWT attacks. OAuth authentication. I would really need that. No more. And also DOM-based vulnerabilities. And, well, lots of things.
I'm back to study. I just got my Security Plus and stopped for a while.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about the Security Plus. It's like a basic security cert, I guess. So I heard the name. Yeah, so this is free, all of this. Though some of them, I think you either use Burp Pro or use other tools that they are not suggesting that you use. At the end of this, they suggested testing out some pro stuff that we can't test. So
yeah, CompTIA certification, but I'm looking for Gitche or OSCP.
Okay, yeah. So I have heard that Hack the Boxes cert is better than OSCP. That is both a bit harder, and that actually the things that you need to know are in the course. With OSCP is a bit of a like, you should have maybe been doing it for longer, so you already know all the things because they're not in the course, that kind of thing. But I have never looked at them, so. Which one is CEH?
Really? Probably I'll choose HTB.
So people who did both recently, like Pebble, who streams on Twitch too, he said that he did OCP first, and he didn't do it. Maybe it was his third try or something. And then I know another person who I think I know two people who gave up because it wasn't like logical. And also for Pebble, he said like he had bad luck with like one thing. You need to get the whole 80 thing in. If there's one thing you don't find, you're like kind of screwed there. So CEH, certified ethical hacker. I get Swedish results for some reason. But from where? I'm looking from where? By EC. Oh yeah. Is it the people that make you pay for it continuously? No? I don't know. Maybe it's not. No, someone else? I don't think. It's because I don't look at. Okay, let's accept cookies. But I have heard certified ethical hacker. Is this something else? I don't know. Like search. Did I mistype? Yes. I was like, why does it say vert over there? Global recognized credential cybersecurity field. Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of that things because I never heard of it. Well, I don't know who's doing them.
Burke says hello.
I'm
Can you
curious.
please explain in detail what you are doing now?
I'm Googling something I don't know. I'm curious about CEH cert. Who does it, you know? Who's like cybersecurity? It says like EC Council, right? And here's a Swedish page. What does it say? I'm curious. So in Little Sweden. That's the biggest error. Nothing, please. Sorry for having a Swedish page up. It just says EC Council CH course. Yeah, so this is EC. So I'm just like, why is nobody talking about this one? Is it expensive? Is that why? Because so if you're thinking certs, by the way, if you want one that's cheap, you should go to MetaCDF. And you should go for Siphons, which is like, is it $10? 5, 10, 20? So
Here in Brazil, a lot of red teamers
here.
did she, but I'm not sure about global meaning for this certification.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's great. I just don't recognize it very well. So this is a certification which is practical. You do some challenges and you make reports, or you make a report on one of them. And I did pay like, I think I paid $5 extra or something than the minimum. So you can start it at any time, and the first thing you do is do some multiple choice questions, because it was like, yeah, we need some like basic thing. We hate multiple choice, but okay, let's do it. Then you get, when you finish this one and completed it with whatever it is, that's a requirement, then you do challenges. You have 5 attempts, it says there, to do this one. And after completing the exam, you will be assigned 10 hands-on CTF challenges in the Anti-Siphon cyber range, and you will have to solve at least 5 of them to obtain the certification. You will also have to upload 2 write-ups for challenges you were able to solve. Even though there is no time limit for this step, you will only be given 1 week of access to the Anti-Siphon cyber range when you begin. So they did have a time limit here for just 24 hours first, so they changed it. That's cool. These write-ups will become publicly accessible on your certificate validation page, meaning if you look for a job, you can go there, you can tell them, go there and you can see that I have the certification and the report I wrote for it. So one of the reason I'm not doing it yet, because I have no clue how to write a good report, right? So I need to study report writing. Why is no one teaching report writing? This is the actual thing that we need to do, right? So yeah, and they will review that.
I got one which I have to pass through a real pen test. Also have to do a report.
Cool. Yeah. So, but I think it probably cost more than $10 to pay. So this is like, they're trying to make everything very accessible and stuff, and I like it. Black Hills InfoSec, it's the same people. So that's very nice. And then they also have other cool stuff.
3 days for hacking and 2 for reporting them out.
Okay, yeah, I totally get that. So you shouldn't underestimate how hard it is to make a report. Especially if you haven't done a lot of them, right? But I think even for like experienced people, there will be, and they have this is always free, Practice CTF environment. You can hop in there and do stuff, and then you can, this anti-siphon cyber range access expires in 3.6 weeks. What? How did I get access to it? Do I have access to this and didn't know?
I'll follow your advice and get HTTP1. I'm looking for something with more global meaning and maybe get a job abroad.
How did I get access to this? And how didn't I know? So I had access for 3 days, I think, and then I did the ones I did here. But then we got a full week from just joining their course, free course. But now it said I had several weeks there. So I think I will know. I can stream this. I asked them. I think I know what we'll do tomorrow. And this is also like a certification, so I can share my progress on this here, and can show how many I need to do more binary exploitation. The funny thing is that that's what I was working on then, and it was really like, that's when I had that access. I didn't know I had access now. So like I didn't know. Okay. So what does this mean? Versatile rank. Yeah, and binaries. It's like, didn't do a lot of those. Because I run out of time, but that's what I was like. I'll do the ones I'm working on right now. Lost. This is a great. We're gonna tomorrow stream. We're gonna do anti-siphon labs and anti-siphon cyber range is what it's called. So let's see. Created. Please note that the anti-siphon cyber range is transitioning to a new platform, MetaCTF on-demand labs, which you can access above. The new platform includes new AI, additional content, learning modules, and more. Most of your score and progress has already been transferred to the new Pro platform. Oh, and that's here. Access expires on both these in 3.6 weeks. And I'm like, how did I get the access? I mean, that's like long. I think I know though. It must have been the Hackett 20. Let's see. I have to go to Discord and check it out. So, oh look, so here I have level 7. So this is a certification called ACET level 7. So as you get more things done, your level go up. So the other one, the old one, I had level 8 going on level 9, and here I have level 7 going on level 8. Weekly challenges. So they're weekly challenges. They're trying to make it more like updated. Okay. So I'm just gonna hop over to their Discord quickly and see what on earth I missed reading here. So,
I have to go. Tomorrow I talk more. TKS.
do that. Bye bye. Good night. Yeah, and you were in a later time zone, right? You said Brazil. Yeah. So in Brazil, it's not midnight. I have midnight, so I'm about to stop soon. I'm just gonna check this out, right? Was it in here? Because I got a t-shirt and stuff from them. So head over to Battle Server. Yeah, it doesn't say anything here. Oh gosh, I shouldn't have shown that maybe. So that's live streaming, but that's the same page for everybody. So it's you just click during their streams that you're there. You just click the little Hackett thingy, and when you have done that 20 times, you get a free T-shirt and everything. You know, where they're little fun, cool Hackett pizza piece. And you shouldn't miss their cool. But because I was actually looking at an old one now before stream. Haven't finished it. This is from 6 days ago. So she's talking about Copilot and how people give you access to everything with it if you don't plug it on a bit. But then they themselves by default didn't have it open, so yeah, right, the Fire on demand MetaCTF COM. So is it because of the transitioning that we got it for free? I have to ask them. Yeah, I did have that up, so. Oh, and I'm actually on the reasonable side of this too. So let's continue reading this before we end the stream here. So, each method, get, post, put, etc., defines parameters, body responses, tags, security, summary description. Get, summary responsive description content. So I think that there might be indenting too much, but get summary, comma, responses. Yeah, so it is actually supposed to be indented. And then we have components, reusable pieces for schemas, responses, parameters, etc. You can also define parameters, responses, security schemas, request bodies, security, API key auth, used group operations, UAI. So I'm thinking putting keys in here. If this is something that you tell people like docs, external docs, find more information here. So this is docs that you need. You just give to everybody. OpenAI, OpenAPI, not OpenAI. OpenAPI, spec version, info, metadata, servers, TOS. It wasn't more. So tomorrow we will do, I don't know which one to use then, if they have two, but I can't click this, right? Main dashboard. This is, I'm assuming I will get to the dashboard. Yeah, getting started. So I'm not going to read it myself. Let's TTS it.
Welcome. MetaCTF owned AMAND Labs is a cybersecurity learning platform meant to help you build practical cybersecurity skills through hands-on challenges and guided learning modules. This page goes over the key functionalities of the platform, so you can start learning right away. Need help? A flag isn't being accepted properly, a problem server is down, you need a clarification, etc. Contact us at support@metactf.com, report an issue with a challenge here, or open a ticket in our Discord server. Challenges. The core of the platform is the Capture the Flag, CTF, style challenges, which you can access from the topics and tags page. If this is your first time here, we recommend starting with the Capture the Flag 101 challenges. Cybersecurity Capture the Flag, CTF, events are designed to teach
these are like
weekly
challenges, so I'm
there are different
assuming
types of
you should
CTFs,
stream
but this one
these
is Jeopardy
maybe?
style. Your goal for each challenge is to
Maybe
solve a security-related task by analyzing provided materials, a log file, an encrypted message, or breaking into a vulnerable application in order to obtain a flag. A flag is a string of text that you can submit for points. For example, flags can be obtained by cracking ciphers, hacking into vulnerable websites, analyzing log files, etc. Each challenge will provide you with the information you need to get started. You're expected to research and use the internet to figure out how to solve the challenges. Weekly challenges. Every Tuesday at 6 p.m. USDT,
find reverse
we release a new
engineering
challenge.
basics.
You can find the previous 10 challenges and the countdown timer to the next challenge on the weekly challenges
I'm
page.
in love.
Solving these
I already
challenges
was
within
in
the 10
love
week
with
windows
this
from the
site.
release date will earn you points on the current scoreboard. The current scoreboard counts weekly challenges that have been released in the past year.
Oh.
The point value of each challenge may change over time based on
Am
how
I
many
in
users
here?
have been able to solve it. Modules. In addition to the hands-on challenges, modules include
I don't
various
think
lessons that go
so,
over various
because I've not
cybersecurity concepts.
done anything yet,
Some
right?
modules are paired with challenges. You can find the modules on the Learning Modules page. Scoreboards.
It's just a
As
few people, it's just
you earn
106.
The point value of each challenge is shown next to the challenge name, and it may change
All
over time.
time.
Many challenges offer hints, some of which are free and some
so
of which
it's
cost
like
8% of the
a...
points of the challenge to unlock. If you buy a hint, you will lose points for it only if you solve the challenge correctly. The current scoreboard counts weekly challenges that have been released in the past year, but you only have 10 weeks to solve the weekly challenge from the release date for it to count.
If it has the
The
important
all-time
data...
scoreboard counts all challenges that have been released on the platform.
Yeah,
We
I'm
also
here.
support private scoreboards. If you have a join code, you can submit it by clicking the join group button from the current scoreboard page.
So here it says 300. What did I have, 311 on the other one or something? And here it says I've done 80 of them. Oh, that's the position. I think I had done 310. I'm confused. I'm confused. So, different system, definitely, right? What stats? So people are doing stuff here right now. How did I miss this? How did I miss this? I haven't looked at all their like streams. But still, how could I miss it? So, learning modules, binary reverse engineering basics, and I'm not going to read since I'm tired now, but we're going to TPS the whole thing.
In a cybersecurity, InfoSec, or capture the flag context, reverse engineering, also known as REV or R.E, typically boils down to understanding the behavior of a compiled program. More broadly, we can call it the art and science of taking something apart to figure out how it works. And indeed, it is a broad category. Pretty much everything that can be packaged in some way has a tool to take it apart, and later on, we'll touch on some of the more niche variants of RE. But for the bulk of this module, and for most CTF challenges you'll encounter, RE will entail reverse engineering a binary or executable program. We'll also focus mainly on Linux binaries, but a lot of the concepts carry over to Windows or elsewhere.
So if I click this one, I will only mark that bit, right? Because the next one has its own button. So this is what I click, and then I click next, and this one will not be marked as completed. So...
What's a binary? In this context, it's the term of art for the output of a compiler. It's the actual executable file.
Just start from the basic.
The thing you double-click to run on your computer. Perfect. Humans write code in convenient, higher-level programming languages like C, C++, Go, Rust, and so on, with features such as named variables, loops, arithmetic expressions, and so on. Aside, interpreted languages and bytecode. But the actual CPUs within your computers, as built by hardware engineers, cannot run such languages. The circuits within them run what's known as machine code. We use tools called compilers to transform C, C++, etc. source code into machine code. The binaries, executables, that we double-click to run are bundles of machine code. What does machine code look like? It's just a series of values, a long string of numbers, effectively. Every couple of bytes represents an instruction that tells your computer CPU to do something.
Oh, there's a cute
Different
little
CPU
comment.
architectures
What
have
if I
different
click
instruction
it?
sets. The bytes are interpreted
No,
in
it's
different
just
ways.
a mouse over.
Machine code by itself.
They're cute.
4818 BBC 2 F5 F2 4205, being just a bunch of values, is nearly impossible for a human to read, so we use a disassembler to turn it into assembly language, which is just a textual representation of all the instructions in the program.
Machine code in
What
like
does assembly
7th
language look like?
grade.
As stated, it's just a very long list of instructions. Each instruction generally expresses some very simple operation, such as moving values around between registers, storing register values in memory, loading memory contents back into registers, performing arithmetic operations between register values, and storing the result in another register, jumping to a different position in the program, for example, to loop back to the start of some code, branching, jumping if some condition is satisfied, such as a register's value being 0, triggering a system call, effectively jumping out of the program entirely, temporarily transferring control to the operating system. Registers. An assembly program might conceptually, in pseudocode, look something like this. Load the value from memory address 0x12 of 0004 into register A.
I totally
Load the constant
recommend
numeric
this.
value 50 into register B. Add register A to register B, store the result in register C. Store the value in register C at memory address 0x12 of 0008. In simpler language, what this program just did was effectively output equals input plus 50. We took a variable's value, located in memory at 0x12 of 0004, added 50 to it, and stored the result in a different variable, located at 0x12 of 0008. If you caught onto this, you're already figuring out the gist of binary reverse engineering, and probably starting to grasp its difficulty. Decompilation woes. You may have noticed that turning assembly code back into human-readable code, like source code, is not trivial. This is true.
I'm looking at
Decompilers
their
have tried to do this to
Discord.
exist, but even today, they're not perfect. A very popular, and free, one is
Cyber Range
We'll touch more on tools in a second. They work well on simple programs, but will stumble on complicated ones. Surprisingly, a lot of binary reverse engineering, even in industry, really is still just reading, and, crucially, annotating, assembly code. The whole chain can be a bit confusing. To refresh, human-readable source code is passed through a compiler which turns it into assembly code, then an assembler that turns that into binary/machine code. It's pretty easy to go back to assembly, with a disassembler, because assembly and machine code have a simple, one-to-one relationship. We just write JMP instead of 235, 203. It's impossible to go right back to source code, because compilation is a far more complicated process, and it's not one-to-one. Many source code snippets may map to the exact same assembly code. For instance, volume equals volume plus 2 and brightness equals brightness plus 2 are effectively the same operation. Variable names are a high-level concept, and are not preserved at the assembly or machine code levels. So decompilers intrinsically need to guess a bit, and have to be helped along by human annotation to get a perfect result.
I'm asking about stuff. I keep misspelling search here. So, well, how did I guess this is Cyber Range? Question marks, I should be. Cool stuff, by the way. Very nice. Can I start recommending this to people? Discover it on stream. Also, can I stream old things? Yeah, there. I'm just editing a bit. I'll have to be recommending twice. Also, I was recommending your cert. Also, can I stream? What's the rules? It was okay to stream everything. Although, that's fine. So, I had planned to buy more access to it, but I'm quite sure I didn't yet, because mostly of so much to do, right? And now I didn't listen to all of this. And I'm gonna have you listen to it again, and also time flies, right? But this was very cool that this popped up. I'm getting an answer at once. So I'll just wait until we have the answer. I'm not showing Discord as not to show other people's messages. So she's on my back. Someone is typing in Discord. I don't know how long it will take. Let's continue looking here. So we have topics and tags. So we can select, for example, to do binary, right? And they are sorted in a way. Oh, so this is why I only have a little sold there. It's just this few UI settings. Okay, point ascending. Oh, I like it. We can sort however we want and we have full control. Isn't it nice? You don't have to like sort this direction there and there and there, and then I got it exactly like I wanted. You can just click and just select it. All challenges. And also here I'm assuming, let's just let it load. Points ascending. So we get the easiest one of all categories first, right? So hash me if you can. Yes, I remember. I almost did this one, okay? They've changed the question after my question, I think. Because it wasn't WebRoute Trend Micro before. I have to like search for my questions earlier. From Sofia Engvall. Oh, it's in different groups too. Yeah, I've been chatting on their Discord. But not in this group. So some things they moved between. Oh, now they're. Generally speaking, I believe you can promote the range. However, from current live challenges, please do not give up solution. I think that's probably pretty standard. I'm sure you're responsible and aware. I'll try to convince you further. Also likely from paying for a class or something you purchase aborted. Could be hack it 20. Yeah, that's why I asked. I kind of assumed if they are called active, there's a competition. Then I'll stream normal ones. So I can't spell. So there. Hmm. So, should we do this one? Let's do the normal ones. We can start with one, right? So we need hash input field. Is it just me or is the web slowed? Because LinkedIn was also slow. Nah, I want to enter hashes. Docs, we're in docs. I don't want docs. We're still on. So let's do the little searchy thingy and see what's up here. And let's just, now we can tab, we have to click here. Let's switch those around and let's grab, because it was the third, I think, before. Okay, so it can't even do that many letters. Definitely bad thing, not bad thing. So my eyes don't like this site for some reason. I don't like that site at all. So we could also do this. So VirusTotal was what I had before, and we didn't get a good response there. That's what I said before. The VirusTotal's number for this, and it wasn't correct because it had like, so no hash. So I got this up and searching for the hash. Search. Yeah, I'm looking for something. Free trial. I'm not going to install anything. So, yeah. We could also check out the VirusTotal one. I didn't get any more replies. I kind of was waiting to see if I got any more replies. I'm very curious if I had this for a long time without knowing. I'll have to check that out. Oh, it doesn't matter. Huh? Oh, I did. Did I pay for something? I don't think so, except for the cert thing. I was thinking of doing it though, but I kind of couldn't. Got a crash with something else in my calendar. So here is where we're supposed to look at those probably. Vibrotrend Micro. So, oh gosh, that's annoying. Nice find. So, earlier there was like problems with it. But let's continue tomorrow, right? Let's continue tomorrow. Got a taste of it, right? Nice. And we can just go through them by points numbers. Oh, I tried this one. I tried this one too. This one was a bit. So these symbols are from some actual thing, but I found a font that uses it, and that didn't work. I found like guesses on how it actually was supposed to be from the start. I used like numbers on these, so I didn't find the right way. And I think I deleted the files. But it was then when it said I did the last one, like 11, 8, 11 or 11, 8, 2024. I still have it up here. So the 8th in the 11th. So 8th November was when I did the last March. Permalink. Okay. So 131 challenges sold, and this one said if I look at the dashboard, will it say? No. So I had to go to all time and search for myself. To find it. It said I have done 77 here, and this one says 131. Challenges sold. But how is that calculation? $85, right? So 85 challenges sold, but 131. Maybe this is total on MetaCTF or something. Maybe that's why. So what if I click that link? It should give me the same one. But yeah, and this is not updated now because we did it on this side, which is not the same as that ish. So I guess tomorrow we will try to get better than 296th place. And also now this should be like, I should be on the last place of this because this is just lately now. So they have also a minimum point, you think? But that's what we got. Now I'm curious. So let's search here now when I did one. That wasn't in a long time. Yeah. So it's probably a lot of people have a lot of points, right? But currently today I just did one which was 175 points even. Just even less. So let's see all challenges again. And I'm assuming it's the same as before, that we can remove, for example, web from here. And then all web will disappear with a delay there. And then we put it back, and then it should appear again. Yeah, the GUI is very nice. So compared to being on the OWASP web page before, this is wonderful, so wonderful. Let me hop my head back over so you can see the menu there too. Very nice. And we have 3.5 weeks of access to all of these. Oh, and here's the ones I've sold, it seems. Did I do this money on 3 days? They were probably quite simple. Yeah, I think I was doing like when I was in the library when my kid was in school, and I did a few like one day. I don't think I did that money. Oh well. Oh, portal animation. It's very hard not to continue. So if I click previous submissions, 0 out of 50 submissions. Challenges, information. Just looking at what it looks like. Maximum points, lost points for hints. Oh, there's such hints too. Challenge overview CDF. Shadows were released on Wednesday, 30th of April. So the new weekly challenges will probably have a release date of recently, June, May. So maybe we should make sure that the ones we do on stream are not too new, right? That's April. But I'm assuming if I do all, I won't get ones that are... Or do I have to check the date? No, solved to the bottom, color code, auto collapse solved, auto collapse all. Yeah, I like it to default way. I like it. I was just thinking remove weekly challenges, but I'm kind of thinking they're already done. Let's just search for one of the names. Little boy. So little boy is here. So we have to check the date, but the date is here. But this is complication. So, like, we can do this. No, I can't change the UI here. 0 out of 10 live challenges. These are the active ranked weekly challenges. Solve these challenges within 10 weeks of release and move up the current scoreboard. Oh, so that's the current one. Okay. Counts only the weekly challenges released in the past year. I get it now. So the current scoreboard are recently released. 0 out of 10 live challenges. So I have such a hard time not looking at them. I want to try to communicate with this one and see what happens. But these we can't do on stream, but we could do. But it is now 30 minutes later. So I'm going to go to my kid after raiding. So let's see if there's any cyber people that's gone online, or we will raid. Oh, stuff happened. So I don't know who this is. Let's check it out. Otherwise, we would have gone to Kimo or said, I do cyber if there is. So that half an hour helped, right? So who's this? Someone I'm following. Echo. Hack the box. Soto Nanad's host. It's just starting a box. 2 people there. Let's hop over there, right? And people on YouTube, you're actually currently more people on YouTube than on Twitch. So I'm going to send the link. We're going to make a raid to Zero Extras, and I'm going to send the link to YouTube and hop you guys over there too. And this one seems very different. Not very different, but different. So, let's raid. 0x trust, and we'll see. I'm going to also send the link for YouTube, and this is 5 people on YouTube, so hopefully we will all hop over to this guy and see what they're doing. I'm gonna send the link to YouTube chat there, and yeah, now it's 3. Oh, we'll see. In a few seconds, we can raid if we wanna, but I want to hear him say something. Hello. Let's see if it starts talking. Come on. Maybe it's just laggy. So yesterday we raided Sean Griffin. I was thinking if there was some cyber people on, we could raid. Come on. We have the raid going. Let's close the ones that I saw the crashed one there too, right? Okay, the raid's going. Bye. Thank you very much everybody for being here. YouTube, click the link, hop over, say hi. Right, there's 1 people here. 1 person on the stream. I don't know if they have a YouTube stream, so I'll ask of the raid. So YouTube people, So there's animations. So oh, that happens. Okay, so YouTube people, 6 people still on YouTube. I'm gonna stop stream, and I hope that you're over. The link is there, Zero Extras on Twitch, and you don't have to have an account to look, right? If you want to chat, then you need a Twitch account, but you just to open it, you don't need it. So, welcome in.